strong interest in societal resilience, human and the cultural aspects of cybersecurity, which I'm sure we're going to come on to. So welcome to you, Tilan. Andrei Kosh, professor at the University of Ljubljana, so an educator as well as a cybersecurity expert, and also is making Slovenia's contribution to the NATO Diana program, maybe just in the final processes of establishing that. A very interesting and key initiative under NATO. And it's something that I know quite a bit about through my connections in Krakow, which is the Central Eastern European hub led by their cybersecurity department there. So welcome to you, Andrei. And to my immediate right, Michael Nagel, who joins us from the Chamber of Commerce of Slovenia, responsible for the cybersecurity section of the ICT Association here. Absolutely key experience in trying to bring together private sector government players and the key actors in cybersecurity. Michael, your background is in defense, and we were talking before about hybrid warfare, how life has become far more complicated. Everything is weaponized, so including what we carry in our pockets and our phones and our bank accounts and our electricity supply and all the rest of it. So I know that we're going to have an interesting conversation about that. I now pass the floor back to Bucharest. Katia.
Thank you very much, Duncan, and hello from Bucharest. First of all, I would like to pass the floor to the Ambassador of the Republic of Slovenia in Romania, Mr. Robert Kucal, to say a few words. Thank you, and then I will continue with presenting the panel.
Thank you, Madame Mohar-Bastar. Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first cordially thank our joint teams from Ljubljana and Bucharest for their commitment in making our cooperation both effective and inspiring. Also, I wish to extend appreciation both to the President and team of the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center for organizing this panel and for all their efforts in our collaboration. At an outset, let me emphasize that resilience is a culture that we need to build daily. And from my perspective, it is indeed a pleasure to inform that based on a national crisis management exercise, Slovenia is running in-depth comprehensive review of resilience of critical parts of state apparatus and critical public and private infrastructure across various domains. So digital domain is highlighted from different angles. Slovenia, like Romania and many other EU partners, is actively engaged in investing in digital domain, innovation and cyber education, and indeed an informed and digitally skilled society is the first line of defense in the cyber realm. From our perspective, from perspective of Slovenia, resilience is inherently multilateral and collective by nature. So the growing EU-NATO cooperation in this field is of strategic importance, both in terms of practical support and in building a relevant conductive framework. The resilience of our partners, be they in the Western Balkans or in the Eastern neighborhood, is also our resilience. So I remain confident that we are not only strengthening cyber resilience, but also reaffirming our shared belief in EU that leads through innovation, cooperation, and solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Now I would like to present our panel. I will go from the left to the right side. First of all, Mr. Cornel Argint. He's a cybersecurity expert at Romania's National Cybersecurity Directorate, specializing in national and international cyber defense strategy. He actively contributes to strengthening civil-military cyber resilience through research, policy development, and international activities. And then I will ask you to add some words to your description so our colleagues in Ljubljana can see you.
Okay. First of all, thank you for your invitation at this event. It's a pleasure, and also it's mandatory for us from National Cybersecurity Authority to participate at such as events. And we are happy to see that the cybersecurity problem as part of the as part of resilience, bigger problem is debated, and we try to find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll introduce our most educated participant on the panel, Mr. Adrian Victor Bevera. As I was reading your biography, he has 3 PhDs in military and information and national security. He's a researcher and expert in the national security, critical infrastructure, cybersecurity, cyber diplomacy, new technologies, and he has extensive experiences in the project. So I would also ask you to briefly introduce yourself so the camera turns to you. And
Thank you very much. You already started with so grateful presentation. It's for me a pleasure and an honor to be here. I want to first of all to thank you, our organizer and my colleague Gabriela, because she insists to be here and to discuss about cybersecurity. It's a hot topic. Just I come from NATO Industry Forum, and it's a hot topic in part of defense too. And for us, it's a hot topic in part of dual-use technology, and it's a hot topic in our life day by day.
yes.
It's important to be here, and thank you. I hope to be part in this discussion and give my support to cybersecurity in our life. Thank you.
Thank you. Now on my right-hand side, it's Associate Professor Georgi Yashvili. He's from Georgia. He's a cybersecurity strategy and governance expert with almost 20 years of leadership experience and solid expertise in critical infrastructure protection and resilience. He's a co-founder of European Center for Resilience and Democracy, ECRD, a Leiden-based analytical team, founder of CyberTrust, and associate expert at Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center. As a strategic advisor, he is engaged in projects for strengthening national cybersecurity institutions in several European countries. Georgi, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much to the, firstly, to the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center to give the opportunity to be back to the EARC family, so-called, because of the, I'm the associate expert of this wonderful entity. So, and just one thing I will add, that this kind of panels and specifically this topic regarding the resilience, regarding the digitalization of the Europe, and also the societal aspects of the resilience itself when it comes to the digital means are crucial, specifically from the perspective what the country I represent, Georgia, which is now in the struggling, I would say that's not the best word even to say, within this, the disinformation, misinformation, the cyber as well, and this kind of full spectrum of the hybrid threats and hybrid warfare coming to the well-known actors, threat actors. So I'm really glad and happy, and this wonderful panel through here as well as in Ljubljana will give us more things to think of, more things to start cooperation, which is the utmost important within this field. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much. In the second part, I will also present Ms. Ruxandra, but we will now first start with the questions. So we conclude the first one. First question I will ask Mr. Colonel Argint is the following. With European legislation and standards in place and new directives in train, do you feel that the legislative environment is truly enabling? You are dealing with that every day. What have you gained nationally for your own cybersecurity roadmaps, and what have been main pains and challenges?
Okay, thank you. It's a great question. I will try in a few words, in a few minutes, to demonstrate why the European legislation is important for us. Nevertheless, the sudden evolution of IT&C technology add for us both a lot of opportunity, but also new specific threats, because all the activities is happen in the digital environment. And if we think that this exponential evolution became a normal, we have new good and bad news. This will be more accelerated, even more accelerated by the new technologies like AI, quantum computing, Internet of Things. And this will add us a lot of new opportunities, but also there will be a lot of new threats from cyberspace. New challenges for us to fight against cyber perpetrators. In this way, the national authorities, the Romanian government, must adaptate the legal framework to the new threats. But as you know, any restriction, both for private and governmental sector, is opposed by a strong reaction from the actors that are involved. There are a lot of circumstances, financial, political, I don't know, economic, resources, and so on. And it's really, really difficult to apply a new law in order to adapt it to the new digital conditions. I have an example for this. We have started to adopt the Romanian strategy, Romanian cybersecurity law, and this was voted after eight years of strong debates, both in governmental and civilian society. 8 years for a law which was really necessary. In this context, European framework is in cybersecurity, which is mandatory for us to be applied in national legislation, appears to be the game-changing solution. And I have a good example. NIS2 directive was an opportunity for us to assure a minimum level of cyber hygiene in the most important organization from Romania. Of course, this will add new obligation for these organizations, but because this was under European directive to be implemented, we adopted this obligation in less than one year, and we have strong discussions with all relevant actors in Romania. So, the European legislative environment is not only useful for us, but also it's necessary as a tool that put pressure on us to develop national legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, I pass it to Duncan.
Yeah, thank you, Katia. Really interesting observations from Cornell there. Turning to you, Tilen, what is your experience? There's a lot of new policy coming down the track. As Cornell outlined, adaptation and the decision-making process and the resourcing of the implementation of that project, of that policy is challenging. What is your experience? What have been the challenges and the opportunities? Please.
Thank you. Well, that's an excellent question, Duncan. I would say that the environment, the legislative environment, it's enabling, but it's uneven. So I would say that the net effect is positive when we're talking about the national roadmaps, but of course there are gains and there are pains. So I'm gonna highlight few of the gains that I think that are important in the context of the European legislative environment when it comes to all of the nation states. I think that we can say that it starts with a clear baseline. It starts with an enforcement. We do have the NIS2 directive. We have the critical entities resilience, which makes risk management mandatory. We have incident reporting. We gain supervisory powers. These two legislatures basically enable us to align sectoral plans. We can do audits. We can basically do a procurement one baseline instead of voluntary guidance. So another gain, in my opinion, is supply chain leverage. We have the Cyber Resilience Act and the product security work streams, which basically push the notion of secure by design, secure by default forward. And of course, we can mirror this good practices from the EU legislation to the national legislation in terms of, for example, national procurement and or accreditation. Finally, we have to point out the operational coherence. We have DORA, which basically standardizes the resilience expectations for financial entities and also critical third parties. And this basically eases the cross-border supervision and enables us to develop different crisis playbooks. And that is something that Europe desperately needs. And last but not least, the gain that has to be highlighted is the capacity and knowledge sharing. So we have ENISA's guidance, we have threat landscape work, we have Cyber Europe exercises, we have CSIRTs, we have silo networks, which basically shorten our policy to practice loops, if I can say it like that. And now just to point out the pains that we have identified when it comes to EU legislative environment, we have to point out that there are challenges with execution capacity. So we need a lot of supervisory authorities, we need CSIRTs, we need a lot of staff in essential important entities. We need staff in forensics, in OT security, in compliance engineering, etc., etc. So this is a big pain, getting the right staff at the right moment, at the right time, with the right experience. Then we have a problem that has to be pointed out because we are discussing about it a lot within the EU working groups, overlapping and timing. NIS2, SIR, DORA, CRA, and various data protection rules intersect. We see that they are overlapping quite a bit, and a lot of effort will have to be put into solving these overlapping areas in the coming years. We have to admit that there is a growing burden when it comes to small, medium enterprises, because we are putting more and more obligations out there for them to basically comply with. And this means for them that they need a lot more resources than they needed in the past if they want to, I don't know, launch a product on the market, especially if this product has a dual use or if it's an important or critical one. Standard translation is another pain, basically. Although we are doing a lot of good work in this context, but still, it's hard to map all the legal articles to basically actionable controls in a way that it's understandable and in practice doable in every member state. And again, last but not least, the assurance market is developing, but it's developing slowly. So at this moment, we do not have sufficient accredited auditors and product security testers, which would enable us to basically do more in terms of innovation and quick dissemination of ideas into real projects and then placing them on the market. So bottom line, I would say we have to keep the EU direction, but we have to accelerate different things. We have to accelerate the implementation profiles. We have to do something about the mutual recognition of audits, and we have to do a targeted financing for supervisory capacities and to uplift the small and medium enterprises. So that would be it, in my opinion. Thank you.
There's a lot to unpack there, and thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, both speakers. So you've taken us on nicely to the next topic, which is really about policy implementation. What strategies? And I think both speakers are focused on the kind of increased burden on the skills base that we have, amongst other things. The fact remains is that the threat landscape, as Michal and I were talking about before the session, is just accelerating and becoming more complicated all the time. Everything is weaponized. The response at the European level is rightly to introduce common standards, interoperability, common policies that everybody can get behind. But the implementation, particularly you mentioned smaller organizations, smaller private sector organizations, and they may not see this as their core business. They're in the business of innovation and fast tracking products to market. It may not be top of mind to look at the Solidarity Act or the various pieces of legislation. So, picking up on the workforce issues and the skills base, I'm going to ask firstly to you, Andrei. Is what strategies can we deploy against that context? What strategies can we deploy to develop the workforce in the way that is needed within this particularly dynamic, fast-changing environment?
Oh, thank you for the question. It's a hard question. What we can do a lot, I think. One thing, targeted educational programs. This has been going on, but it takes 5 to 10 years to get the results. Then the second one, if you check what we can do in the, let's say, higher education area, is because the students that go into the technical or ICT or cybersecurity area, there is not enough of young people in Europe to go into that area. So we will probably have to reskill or upskill the people from other areas. In this area, the new mechanism from the European Union might be applicable. That's called micro-credentials. This is definitely something that will be much more used in the future. That is for the short and mid-term, but in the long run, we have to work a lot on kindergarten, primary school, and all the other schools, that we get the awareness and also maybe I can share my experience with the companies and institutions. Many times we get questions, do you have 5, 10, 20 students of the last year from cybersecurity, from ICT to come and work for us? And we say, yes, we have 5 or 10 or 20 students, but not just for you, for everybody, not just for you. So it's a lack of students. And in this area, I think we have to, as companies, as institutions, we have to tell the society, tell to the public that we need this kind of young talents going into the ICT, cyber, and so on. We have not that enough. And if we check, for example, how the society, let's say, supports different areas. If you see let's say, the series we've got on the TV, we've got the lawyers, we've got the, I don't know, crime investigations, we've got I don't know, a lot of army in the movies and all that. How many series or how many films do we have about cybersecurity, about it? So this topic has not yet become into the society of something that is important or something that we really need. Because we know that behind many movies and series is actually some other purposes are behind as well. So a lot of issues, we can talk a long time about it, but we can choose one of the topics and we can go deeper if you like.
Well, the pressing issue, and I think, Tilen, you touched upon it, as the kind of immediate need for auditors. And that maybe comes to your point, Andrei, about reskilling existing. But it's an example of the pressures that specific legislation brings on a particular aspect.
Can I comment on that? Maybe to get you the overview of how life is. We do programs for students like 3 years plus 2 years plus 4 years of PhD and so on. But on the other hand, reskilling and upskilling, and we do 1 day, 2 day, 40 hours, 100 hours of different courses in addition to what the students get for the environment, not just for the students. And then we developed one program that was like cybersecurity track and this system engineer track and things like that. And it took 1 hour and 1 year and a half. And we said, this will be for reskilling and upskilling, so to prepare half an engineer. And we put that on the market, and we went to the institutions, to the companies, and we said, look, this is something in between. It's not the official program, but it's something we think the people that would do the reskilling would need 1 year or 1.5 years. And the first question was from the environment, it was 1.5 years, for example, and the question was, couldn't you do it in 14 days? We said, no, we cannot do it in 14 days. But that is how our environment sometimes feels about it. Could you do let's say, instant engineer in 2 weeks? So this is sometimes what we get from the environment, and we know that a lot of things you have to understand at least.
But your point about starting early is well made.
Yes.
Including that topic about auditors.
Yes.
It's not overnight.
Yes, and it takes time. It's not overnight, and it's work for the people that gets upskilled or reskilled. It's not just you go somewhere and then you get a paper and that's it. Sometimes it's hard work. Yeah.
Absolutely, and highly technical and skilled.
Yeah. Not just technical, also the systems, also the processes, also cybersecurity is its technical part. It's one thing, but many other things like other disciplines are involved a lot as well. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, maybe it's a shame we don't have time to talk more about school education as well. And we were talking before about children being the best influence on parents. Actually, parents are the problem, not the children so much. But there is an opportunity there, as we all know, those of us that have children. Katia, we're passing back to you in Bucharest.
Thank you very much. So probably there are a lot of similarities, and especially this instant society, and but there must be also a lot of differences between Slovenia and Romania because of the size, if not else. And that's why, Mr. Vevera, I would like to ask you, what about the strategies you have for social engineering, for developing skilled population and experts in the cybersecurity field and resilience? Please.
I think it's not so big difference between Slovenia and Romania. I think in cybersecurity it's not enough to be a big country or a small country. We have a lot of example, like small country give a very, very good hacker, and it's not depends by dimension. But because you asked me about this, first of all, I want to discuss about the people, because if we discuss about cybersecurity, we must have in front of us like a problem people, because it's the weakest part of the chain in cybersecurity, and it must to be a structural imbalance between what we need and what we have everywhere. It's this. And about training, yes. First, we think it's necessary developing hybrid skill set. Second, we need to adapt and accelerate how people learn, because we have a lot of new technology, a lot of new application. Everything is new, but not in 6 months or 1 year. It's every week we have something new. Third, we should see artificial intelligence as an ally, not a competitor. It's a lot of discussion about AI taking the job and going in science fiction world. But we using AI like a tools, like an ally. And fourth, European cooperation matters. And now I give some words about everywhere, because hybrid skill set, yes. The future cybersecurity expert must combine technical understanding with knowledge of law, policy, and organizational behavior. It's not longer enough to be only a technologist. The real value lies in being able to translate regulation into operational practice. What your colleague from Ljubljana I tell you, is not a big difference. Second, we need to adapt and accelerate how people learn. Traditional university programs are slow to adapt to a fast-changing threat landscape. This is a truth, it's not a lie. We need short, modular, stackable learning models, micro-credential, certification, and lifelong learning pathways that can evolve as quickly as technology itself. I tell you, we have a changing technology every week. Third, we should see artificial intelligence as an ally, not a competitor. AI can take over repetitive analytical tasks. It's already done in a lot of applications. Automate compliance monitoring and free experts to focus on decision-making and strategic oversight. It can help us close part of the workforce gap, not by replacing people, but by amplifying what they can do. What I discussed, we must use AI like tools, like assistant, not like a competitor. And last but not least, European cooperation matters, cybersecurity is borderless, and so should be our talent strategy. We need mutual recognition of certification, shared training standards, and cross-border mobility for experts. That will make the European cybersecurity workforce more agile and more resistant. What we discuss, and your colleague from Ljubljana tell, we must have these common standards to understand how good are here or in Ljubljana, because it's the same, technology is the same. And like an example, to illustrate this idea, I can give our example, National Institute for Research and Development in IT&C, ICI Bucharest. It's a long story, 56 years. We are under Romanian government coordination, but in the same time we have self-funding entity. And we've been working to respond proactively to this challenging. We have definitely now cybersecurity job profiles for national and European frameworks, for example, the blockchain intelligence analyst, because we have a very good department working in blockchain. A role combining blockchain forensic intelligence and data science. It's a cross-disciplinary role, and I believe the kind of hybrid experts is the future. It's not enough to know just one single line. You must know everything to have a holistic idea. During the Digital Innovation Summit Bucharest 2025, was in April this year, we also launched the Blockchain Intelligence Academy, focused on macro degrees, certification, and continuous education. And after, it's a lot of discussion about standardization in part of using blockchain. At the same time, to our SOC, Security Operational Center, and Cyber Range, we support both public and private clients, helping to offset workforce shortage and allow specialists to focus on higher value tasks. Our approach is simple: connecting education, automation, and applied research into a coherent national effort in order to make cybersecurity warfare development more adaptive and resilient. If we connect education, research, innovation, and evidence-based policy, we can build a workforce that is not only skilled, but truly resilient and adaptive, ready to protect, to respond, and to lead. I think it's start with the first idea. It's not a big difference between Ljubljana and Bucharest, not in understanding cybersecurity, not in using cybersecurity. Maybe it's maybe particular things, but very, very small. Thank you.
Thank you. But I have a sub-question, if I may, for you and for Mr. Kos. Regarding the international cooperation and in the sense of the event today, do you both think that it can be also a yes or no question, that Europe can produce enough experts for cybersecurity and cyber resilience to be self-sufficient, or do we need to think about additional measures? What do you think? Yeah, and also Andrei later.
I think Europe can have enough cybersecurity specialists because maybe we saw this, what's happening now here. I think in Slovenia it's too. We have a lot of foreign workers, but not in this field. Not in this field. At our institute, we receive daily proposed by people working in India and Pakistan to be part in this development and part of cybersecurity. But if we take in our mind cybersecurity, it's national security, and it's not enough to be very good, but you must have something else in back. I think we must prepare enough specialists from our country, and in our university there are a lot of training programs in cybersecurity, in AI now, in part of blockchain, because I tell you, we think it's a new golden era for blockchain, and yes, we can cover without import something like this. But cybersecurity without cooperation is not cybersecurity. It must be a very good cooperation between state, but it's mandatory to prepare your young people to understand how good it is to be like cybersecurity, a very good cybersecurity specialist.
Okay, thank you. Andrei, do you have anything to add maybe? And then I will continue with the next question.
Katya, thank you for the question. I think long-term, yes. And for this, we will have to change the culture, because in our instant society, everything should be quick, and the technical studies are not quick and are not simple. So we have to change the mindset of parents and young people and children and us as well. So the answer is yes, we can or we could. However, this brings the change of a culture, what we need as a society. And it has to be said loudly, we need this and this, and that's it. In the short term, especially in the very, very developed countries, it's hard to get motivated, skilled young people to go to these studies. And we have to change that. And in midterm or short term, we will definitely need some help from the, let's say, other countries. However, long term, to be self-sustainable on the cybersecurity issues is a national security issue, and I think we all have to do it. Not just programs we pay for that much of seats, but we have to start changing the culture and say it loudly. That's the most important thing, I think. Thanks.
Okay, just briefly.
Very brief. Before pandemic, for us, for National Institute, it was very difficult to take students to be part in our team. But we have a lot of students come into practice or internship. But after pandemic, we have enough students want to work in our part, and we understand it's very important to be trained in part of cybersecurity. This is a changing in the mind of the young people. It's very important.
Okay. Thank you. And talking about society, now we will move to the social resilience, societal resilience, I'm sorry. And Georgie, we were discussing that also yesterday, and I know you have a lot of content on this topic. So, societal resilience is the key to a more secure cyberspace. In what ways have you seen common laws and standards enable national level whole of society approaches? And what are your approaches? You are also working on this field as a consultant, so please.
Thank you, Katya. Yeah, there are lots of things on that, but I'll try to be precise and getting like an appropriate timeline for that. So, yeah, actually, when we were talking about the societal resilience, or when we were talking about something like in cyberspace specifically, actually, it's about the trust. To be fair, yeah. So we are talking about the trust, and this trust is between the citizens, government, and the private sector. So, because even the best technology or infrastructure wouldn't give us and doesn't mean anything, and it does mean little if people don't trust how it's used or how it's protected. So the common laws and the standards you mentioned are the things what give us that kind of and the structure of the trust. It enables this kind of trust. And for my understanding, it's kind of a shared language for the European countries, for example, we are talking about that, how this trust should be built. And first good example was the GDPR. So for my understanding, GDPR reshaped the thinking of Europeans in terms of the what is the digital responsibility. And it was the very good profound for the things that how the citizens in different countries in European Union started to think about this in a same way. And that was the good thing that how this European regulation brought the notion of the digital responsibility to the citizens itself. And I think the same happens within the cybersecurity. The NIST directive, the second edition, also the Cyber Resilience Act. These are the kind of creators and enablers of the profound for this trust, because it goes beyond the compliance, as I understand, and that encourages the collaboration and makes cyber resilience kind of the shared societal goal. So, but also it's interesting how the other countries, some of the countries, how they turn these legal frameworks from the profound and from the baseline to the practical community-based approaches. For example, Lithuanian example, what we have, they connected and they started the NIS2 implementation within the civic engagement. So the National Cybersecurity Center, which is under the Ministry of Defense, didn't just start with working with critical operators, but they involved the civil society within this through their different unions. One, I remember the Lithuanian Rifleman Union, also Cyber Defense League, and so on. And they made up this kind of instead of the top-down approach, it became a movement that the IT and the cyber professionals, how they can volunteer during the crisis. And this kind of thing, when, for example, some other countries might be waiting for the top-down approach, here we found in Lithuania that the citizens helping the state to defend their own digital space. So, and also the neighborhood country, which is Estonia, to Lithuanians. There, I think that's this kind of understanding is the part of their DNA as well. In terms of the, after the 2007, of course, the well-known things I will not move on. The cyber defense units, what created that the ordinary citizens and tech experts worked alongside the government and industry in different fields. But when it came to the NIS2, Estonians were not starting the implementation from scratch, but they just started to reshape their things because they already had the ecosystem that connected the governments, private sectors, universities, and the citizens to in one digital trust framework. So that's also a good example. And the next one, I think, here we are bringing examples of the Nordic countries mostly. The Finland example, what I really like, I think that's the most mature models of what we can call resilience partnerships. So their National Emergency Supply Agency brings together the public sector, businesses, NGOs, and they have so-called security of supply pools. Security of supply pools, and these networks jointly plan the crisis, of course, and including the cyber incidents. That goes beyond cyber, general incidents and crisis. So as a result, what we've seen during the pandemics and also the recent hybrid threats, what came up after the 2022 February, these partnerships prove that they are invaluable. So because resilience was already embedded in the system and not created in the process to respond the crisis itself. So the idea about this resilience partnership was the most successful one, what I can bring the example. So to the end, I would say that European standards like GDPR mentioned, the NIS2 directive, as well as the CRA, gives us the necessary foundation. But the real strength, of course, lies in how the countries itself build on that foundation locally, because this transposition or reflection of any EU-wide regulation is about how the localized and how the practice of that legal framework is there, because it's all about the connecting compliance with culture and connecting rules with relationships. So because in the end, the cyber resilience is not just a technical exercise, it's a societal contract between people, citizens, private sector, businesses, and of course the states. So that's something what's about the things, just to sum up that all these European regulations coming to this field are really good, but they only serve as a baseline and a foundation. And of course, it just enables the long way of the journey, what the countries itself within the EU have to go, because what I mentioned, the localization and the implementation, all these things within the social, like a social, cultural context of each of the member countries are the thinks what really matters and not the technical kind of the framework or the legislation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Argent, do you have anything to add here, maybe briefly, before we pass to Ljubljana? What is your experience about the implementation of legislation, and how do people perceive this legislation? Do they follow along, or you have problems with implementation?
The implementation of legislation, as I said, is a very complex process, but it's very important that that legislation to be made with a broad consultation. The main actor that act in the cyber field, in our case, must be consulted before applied some rules in legislation, because these rules has a great impact on their business, and without their previous consultation, the law is not useful, could produce more danger than to be useful. Can I develop or okay? As Mr. Vevera said, one of the most word used in as a solution for cybersecurity is cooperation. It's a nice word. Everyone agrees that this is the solution for a safe cyberspace. But in practice, cooperation is very difficult to be implemented. There are a lot of things that interfere: trust, image losses, vanities, resource sharing, and so on. So it's very difficult to put together the organization and the people to cooperate. In this way, one of the main routes of cooperation is represented by legislation. We must put pressure for cyber participants to cooperate each other. The law not only establishes the rules, but also must be comprehensive to cover all the sectors at national level, both from governmental and companies. In this way, the legislative framework must be developed keeping in mind all the relevant actors that are affected by cyberspace. And all of these actors must be consulted. For example, I will give you two examples to justify my approach. During the NIS implementation process in Romanian legislation, there are a lot of consultations between the author of the law and the actors impacted by this directive. And these were passed during 4 or 5 months. This was the reason that the NIS2 adaptation was for almost 1 year. It could be shorter, but we have a great debates with all actors, both from governmental agencies and from civilian, academia or companies and so on. As a result, the new law is now is in implementation process with our big challenges. All the aspects were debated before. Now we have started to prepare the new version for a national cybersecurity strategy. We have in mind the same approach to involve all relevant actors in this process. For this, we will start with the assessment of actual strategy that is in place to see what is good and what is not working. Of course, we have now new challenges in cyberspace. 4 years ago, there were, I think almost nobody was talking about AI, about quantum computing, and now this is the new fashion words, let's say. And for this, we need to cooperate with each other to find what is good, what was good, what we need to improve, and also what we have to add to the new strategy in order to assure a safer cybersecurity space. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Duncan, I pass it on to you so we can see what are the Slovenian experience on this.
Yes, thank you very much. Just to kind of summarize and take us back to the question, it's really about the laws as a foundation and the cooperation across agencies that is needed to deliver that. So as long as I can remember that laws are, you can produce very good laws, but actually getting organisations to work across government is quite difficult. And Andre, you and I were talking about the British government's COBRA mechanism, which is a kind of crisis response mechanism, which isn't perfect, but it's an effort to try to bring the relevant actors together, exactly as you said, Cornell, quite rightly. Maybe Tillin, talk a little bit about society. How have you seen these foundational laws and standards, etc., create whole of society approaches? We talked a lot about culture, and in the very early remarks by the ambassador there in Bucharest was about it's a culture, isn't it? So maybe you'd like to comment on that, and I know this is something dear to your heart.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I've been believing in this mantra for like 15 years. Digital transformation has more to do with the change of mindset and culture than it has to do with anything else. The technology that we are pushing forward today, the emerging technologies, the emerging sectors, they aren't anything new. You could have been reading about them decades ago. What's new is that they are finally manifesting themselves in reality because of various elements. And now to get back to the societal resistance, yeah, of course, common laws and standards are great. Most of the time they work as they should. Sometimes they don't. We as a society then try to change them. But I cannot stress this enough, that in cybersecurity, they only help when they are converted into shared operating models for whole of society, so for government, for industry, for civil society. So we have to translate the laws into operating models that will basically make different actors of society as a well-played orchestra. That's what we have to do with the laws in the field of cybersecurity. And we are getting there. There are things that are working. For example, we have unified reporting and cooperation. NIS2 directive harmonizes who reports to whom reports and when do they report it. And this is a strong signal for the NGO sector, for the academia, also for the local level, and of course for the productive sector, for the companies. We have baseline controls basically as lingua franca. So we are basically using EU laws to mandate and translate the recognized international standards into common understanding, which is very, very important, basically critical for vendors, municipalities, critical operators, basically for public procurement activities, for grants, etc., etc. So basically laws, EU laws in the field of cybersecurity enabled us that we began with exercise ecosystem. We didn't have common all European exercises before we got the EU laws. So this is one very, very big medal, so to say, to EU legislators to have been able to do what they did, to basically be able to bring whole of Europe together into either ENISA, Cyber Europe, or EU Cyclone mechanism or other mechanisms that are basically being developed within sectors like energy sector, etc., etc. And then I have to point out something that also Cyber Resilience Act is going to bring, in my opinion, much more wider than any other law before it. Procurement as a policy. So what CRA does, it completely rewrites and changes the gameplay when it comes to public procurement. You will have to do a lot more now than you had to do in the past when it comes to ordering, I don't know, materials, promotional material, computer equipment for schools, for local governments, and also for the small and medium enterprises. And this is a big thing because a lot of vulnerabilities, a lot of incidents happen because we don't have control over public procurement activities and processes. And of course, what was already pointed out, trust and transparency measures. These things work. We have a coordinated vulnerability disclosure norms. We have CRI-driven patch expectations, which basically enable citizens and also researchers to participate safely, which also improves the reporting culture. So these are the things that work, and I have to point out those few things that don't work. We still need help with, so to say, last mile guidance. So we don't have the necessary support that would cancel out the interpretation drift that is happening, especially when we are transponding different EU directives or regulations. Each member state has its own vision, has its own cultural historical background, and of course, each member state understands directive in its own way. So we have to do more in the terms of guidance so that there wouldn't be so much interpretation drift as it is at this moment. That's the first one. The second one, we absolutely have to do more to fund shared security services for municipalities and small and medium enterprises. So we have to change the culture and we have to start offering security operations centers as a service. It's already starting to happen, but not nearly enough. The pace is not fast enough. It should be much faster. And the last but not least, I would say that we have to do much more in terms of tracking societal resilience with measurable indicators. At this moment, I don't think that we have enough measurable indicators that would enable us to do the micro corrections that would maybe be needed to achieve much better results in 2, 3, 4 years, for example. So bottom line, I think that the laws provide the skeleton. I think that the standards and the procurement attach the muscles, and I think that the recurring joint exercises provide the reflexes that we need. Thank you.
There's so many strands of that, but just to pull on the last point that you made about public procurement, that is my field. I can say that this is a challenge for public procurement in a way which they're not used to. So public procurement is generally seen as a kind of compliance process or administrative process, and that cannot be. There has to be far more investment in skills on a technical level to ensure that we are bringing in the standards that we've agreed upon into the specification, to the adjudication of those public tenders, and to the execution. So I completely agree with you. And it has been forever a challenge in public procurement, but we're going to come on to private sector in a minute. But public procurement is where the private and the public sector intersect directly. So, bringing together those two sides is sometimes a difficult process. The culture and the incentives are very different on both sides of the fence, particularly in very complex procurement like onboarding new technologies. So yes, I completely agree. So turning now to our next question and to you, Michal, the private and really to focus on innovation. as the private sector generally is seen as it may not be totally true, and I'd love to hear your view, is generally seen as leading the way in innovation. So is it true? And in what, in particular, innovation hubs? Have you got some good examples of where you've seen those work well and of progress that's been able to be achieved through that?
Oh, thank you for the question. So the very recent discussion about collaboration between academia, industry, and defense, this question of innovation was really important, particularly in the way how we see dual use and so on. So where we start, what I would like to emphasize is that if there we come to the common objective, maybe somebody will say what is really demand of the public sector or not public sector, the demand of the companies, how companies see what they need to be innovated, what to do in the future in this cyber security field. Particularly, I'm representing companies which are providing services in this particular field. So what really works, if the certain organization maybe should start from the companies somehow, bring idea of the innovative project, which could not be done without the academia. So this collaboration between academia and industry is not really something what could not be improved. So if those organizations come to the common objective, what should be the innovative project ended by a certain project in the operations, being in industry or in the defense or wherever, this is the major point. So how to achieve this major point? This is the question to the innovative hubs, how they could help to bring proper people together and to start. We have excellent example in the country. Faculty of Electronics is participating in this initiative. This is huge. Actually, it became huge project leading by the country, particularly in defense, in the topics of the energy, and there is cybersecurity involved. As you probably know, it depends on that. So, and this is the crucial part. So achieving common objective. What is the demand? What would be demand? Sometimes it's really important. Companies are not really, sometimes they are not seeing many years in advance. They are focused on, business objectives to survive, to grow year by year, but not really, they are not really connected to some, high strategies. This is crucial. And to end with this story, all sides are short with the people and knowledge. So without sitting together and working together, there is no chance. And from the company perspective, they are always looking to the financial sources. Is there something or are there funds which could help? And there is the role of the government as well. When we are talking on dual use, there is important as well some standards, maybe some specific standards to achieve the final product. As you said, going through this procurement process, and we discovered that this will be issue because we are lacking people specify requirements and to do evaluation of the products in the company as well, which will require, Andrei, new profiles we would need in the future in the companies, how to do those kind of testing, and at the end some certification of such a products, particularly in this dual use. So we come at the end to the manpower. So we are starting to discuss, not to to say, okay, we are 2 million people, and will we have more people for the cybersecurity? Could we find other ways to use people we have better, to develop them faster? So Andrei already mentioned some innovation, some initiatives. Still, we would like to map more clearly to the at least industry what profiles, what skills are needed for certain profile. Not all companies need, high level hacker, for example, and so on. And this part regarding testing and certification will be some additional part. So this particular cluster in energy shows what could be really the best practice. And we were told from the government, don't expect government to bring you together, guys. Industry should connect academia with the knowledge, because industry is lacking some knowledge, but they maybe have an engine to go faster and so on. And government has to be invited to see what is really the opportunity, what is the possibility to be done, come as soon as possible to the very specific projects, not only discussion what is needed, what is the difficulty, but to come as fast as possible to consortia, which will actually generate something which has a chance to be in the production in the next feasible time. Thank you.
That's a really excellent overview. I think it may come back to this point that Georgi, you made earlier on about trust and understanding each other's perspective. So the involvement of academia, government, private sector together, if that can, the more that evolves, the more mutual understanding there will be. But we should also recognize that the incentives are different for all of those three, let's say, part of that helix. They are different. Trust building and confidence building is really, really important, especially if we're going to move fast. And we have to move fast. We have to be agile. Katia, back to you in Bucharest.
Thank you. So, now we are talking about innovation. And while listening to industry, especially in Slovenia, in many cases, we can hear that regulation is hindering innovation. What about in cybersecurity? Can we see that the private sector is leading the innovation in cybersecurity, or is the regulation leading the innovation in cybersecurity? How do you feel about that, Georgi? Maybe you first.
Thank you, Katia, for this question as well. So, of course, the private sector is often seen as a driver and the engine for the innovation. And in cybersecurity, it's, of course, absolutely true. However, the innovation only really works when it's supported by the right ecosystem. So when we are still yet going to that cooperation between the government, academia, industry, where they cooperate and collaborate around the shared goals and these goals are maybe the same, but the ways of that and the interest while implementing some activities whenever we're going to reach that goals are not the same, mostly, I would say. So, the innovation when it comes to the really working way of innovation, sometimes if we look at the globally, we see like a good example when Cyberspark in Israel, when the cybersecurity cluster connecting defense institutions, connecting startups, connecting universities, private researchers, and also the main point is exchanging the intelligence between them. So these constant interaction build up the very successful world-class innovation hub, which is located in Beersheba. And but to reflect this, I think Europe has been already started some learning from that. So to my understanding, that's the idea of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which is here in Bucharest. So supporting like a network of national hubs and so on. So, and we also see apart from that, some nationwide models as well, like a cyber campus in France, Cyber Valley in Germany, both bringing some institutions, research, and startups for the shared goals under one roof. But apart from this, we also have to focus on things which are also very important, and I would say more important than the things which we say about the successful projects. Like, let's be honest about what has not worked. So the main idea, what I have, and the main observation, it's not an idea, of course, it's the thing that in many Central and Eastern European countries, the innovation hubs where innovation clusters or innovation hubs started within the donor or the EU-funded projects. And of course, they couldn't sustain themselves when this funding was ended or cut or wherever finalized. So this created the things that the small, like disconnected and competing for the same limited talent, small fragmented things appear. And even when they create some promising solutions, we can't see in those countries then where this happens that public institutions are the early adopters of those solutions and the goods. So, and apparently it happens that these innovations are never seen and never make it to the market itself. So innovation stays on brilliant ideas about the concept, about the model of that have been created, but it never says the actual market, what it should be. So apart from that, and apart from just talking about some not more encouraging things, then let's speak about briefly what we can do on that and what kind of activities we can provide. So firstly, I would think that scaling what already works. So I've seen in a couple of countries that the launching the new clusters, innovation hubs, and so on, and we see like up to 10 innovation hubs in one small country, and in other ones, maybe bigger countries, but we've seen lots of these kind of things. But despite that, strengthening the existing ones and existing successful ones and connecting them regionally would matter more rather than creating the different ones competing and so on. And also, I would like to emphasize the cross-border cooperation, specifically, for example, between the Baltic and Nordic countries. And this shows that how scale creates the sustainability, and not something like, it doesn't necessarily need to be the cooperation, like a European-wide cooperation, but the 3-4 countries on a regional basis or this kind of cooperation might work. Second one, I would like to mention the focus on the public-private alignment. So when governments define the cybersecurity priorities on their national ones, they should involve the cybersecurity innovation hubs and innovation actors on an early stage. So when we see that they are invited on a very later stage, when they are only something like add-on on the bigger agenda, rather than the participants on the who can participate and who can contribute to the operational mode of those activities, who might be part of the national cyber agenda for innovations. And also the public sector agencies can also get possibility to be early adapters. That's the fastest way to make the innovation the relevant. And also the third one, which is my favorite one for this time now, is that investing in people and mobility. So let's make it easier for researchers, policymakers, regulators, entrepreneurs to move between sectors and countries, rather than restricting that this innovation was initiated or funded in one country and only the entity could be somehow part of this innovation benefits or innovation kind of the encouragement from the EU or the country. So because of the cybersecurity innovation, it's not about the technology, so it's about transferring knowledge and experience across the border. So just to come up to the end, in short, the answer is yes. The private sector really and truly leads the innovation, but innovation itself and alone does not guarantee the resilience. The resilience comes and innovation becomes meaningful only when it's connected to the policy, demand, and long-term sustainability. So the real question is not who leads the innovation, to my understanding, it's about who connects it. And that's where the Europe can make the biggest impact here, connect those innovation actors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, because time is running fast when we are having fun, I would give the final question to Mr. Bevera regarding innovation, and also what would be your brief recommendation on today's debate.
I agree with Georgi. The private sector is a powerful force in part of innovation and new technology. If we look just about dual-use technology, if we look 15 years ago, innovation came from military to civilian. But now, starting the startup and going in part of using in military like dual-use technology. In the same in part of cybersecurity or new technology, you saw startup, little company, develop application in AI or develop application in part of cybersecurity because it's easy. You have European fund, you have Diana Accelerator for NATO Innovation Fund, a lot of way to take money to start a business and to improve your idea in a very good application in real life. And about innovation, yes, innovation start with an idea. And because now you have like a cluster, like a DIH, like a lot of entity helping you to put your an idea in market, it's easy to start with this idea and improve a new product and service. And of course, cooperation, because for European, it's a must to increase the cooperation in part of innovation. It's difficult to tell, but to assume this, but Europe are in back if you compare with United States and with China too. Some technology were not so very good. We just made now the first step, like in part of AI. And without cooperation, we cannot keep the step with the rest.
That's true. Okay, Mr. Argint, can I have some of your thoughts for conclusion of our part of the first part of the panel? Then I'll hand it over to Duncan.
Yes, just to conclude, following the briefers, I want to say that there were some words that were repeated and repeated. And the first one was cooperation. Almost every briefer talk about this way to as a solution for cybersecurity, because no one is able to manage all the aspects of cybersecurity. There are different attacks with different IOCs, small pieces of cyber threat intelligence. If we don't put together all these pieces, we will not be able to see all the image. On the other hand, the new technologies are the new challenges for the next years. So we have to rethink the cybersecurity, keeping in mind these new technologies that add a lot of new challenges. And for example, AI will be able to develop alone cyber attacks or cyber operation campaigns. We need to use AI as a friendly, to fight with him near us against these campaigns. Also, the last word, it's regarding to the hubs of development. This appear to be the smart solution to adaptate to the new accelerating of technologies. From small parts, we expect to achieve great ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With this, Ljubljana, Duncan, we are coming back to you to have some final thoughts for the first part, and then we will move on here with the second part. So please.
Right, thanks, Katja. Okay, so same question to our panelists here is, what are your key takeaways? We've had a great debate. We've covered a huge span of cultural and harder topics. What are the areas that we now need to focus on to ensure progress? Like Michal.
At least from my perspective, so what we got with needs to make at least awareness within the companies that something has to be done. The other question is how to do this efficiently. And the second part is we shouldn't forget how manpower will be assured for doing different jobs within this entire process, and how motivate those people to join the faculty, to stay in this part of business, not to leave the country. And and this is the important question for HR organization as well. Sometimes we found that they have no really clear ideas what company really need. So the innovation part, this collaboration is essential. And so down to the practice like games or exercises, we have excellent example participating so from the defense, from the government, and from the industry in the rocket shields. So which is really a good end part in this training, and we are looking how to gain much more out of it, to do what to do with these people which are achieving their great results. Are they really good employed in terms of, are they busy? How their knowledge is used? Do they share? Do not only those people from the exercise, but also people from the operations. Do they share best practices with others and so on and so forth? So we are really count of the new release of National Cybersecurity Strategy to start to provide answers to many open questions, ending with the structured program, as already mentioned, how we will measure where we are with the cybersecurity. So to define much more precisely the roles and responsibilities there. And so step by step, I am pretty sure that we will achieve much better results like we have trends in last years.
That's
Thank
great. You've actually given us the agenda for next year's forum, and you raised some great topics there. Gamification we haven't even talked about as a way to get people involved and aware and to educate, etc. And also HR, making decisions about selection of people and development of people. So great points. Thank you, Andrei.
Thank you. I was thinking about now, in the meantime, what actually has happened to us. And the world has changed. Cyber resilience and cybersecurity is important. And currently, we have done it in the level of regulation, what we have to do, what the companies have to do, what has to be done. And it's basically easy to write it on paper, put it in law, and so on. But behind that, in many areas, we have to build capacities to actually do it. Not just it has to be done, but somebody has to do it. And many people are there involved. So building capacities behind what we would like to do, this is something of most importance, I think. Not more this, but let's start building the capacities of everybody in the whole, in the state, in the country.
Yeah, that's key, and that's a perfect segue to you, Tilan. I think I spent my life in capacity building, and nobody can actually define what capacity is. Sometimes it's human skills, sometimes it's money, sometimes it's technology, but I guess it's all of it. It's all of it, basically. So your key takeaways and recommendations.
Thank you. Dr. Kos put it nicely, so I would just like to extrapolate what he said. I think that we have to do exactly that. We have to build on the capacities, but we have to think how to do it in a cross-border way. I mean, we are European Union. Cybersecurity is a very important part of our union. If we want to have as efficient cybersecurity as possible, then we have to start thinking about deeper integration of the European Union. And in this, there might lie a solution. So that would be it. Thank you.
I think that's a great way. I think for my own part, going straight back to the beginning is that the societies that are most resilient seem to be in a defensive way. Most secure are the ones where everyone is involved. And it just becomes part of everybody's thinking. It's top of mind for everybody. And that lubricates everything. So it makes everything more expected and not a disaster or not a crisis. There's some great examples of countries that have achieved a lot in that. So thank you, panelists here in Ljubljana. Excellent discussion. And back to you, Katja.
Thank you very much. Now we are heading on to the part 2. We have 2 lectures now. The first one is from the CrowdStrike. We have here Ruxandra Kaba. Great, thank you. She's the director of data science at CrowdStrike, where she oversees the development of generative models for Charlotte AI. With a deep expertise in machine learning, she has previously contributed to building machine learning models at Adobe and co-founded Cloud Hero, a cloud solution company. Earlier in her career, she played a pivotal role at Ubervu, developing scalable data processing pipelines that helped power the platform's growth. Lifelong learner, Ruxandra has completed Seth Godin's Alt MBA and earned a master's level credential in Stats 116 from Stanford University. She is passionate about pushing the boundaries of AI and data science. Ruxandra, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Katya. Yeah, so I can, I think it's good to share it that way. So I'm going to be talking about Charlotte AI, the AI assistant at CrowdStrike. Awesome, thanks. And today in particular, we're going to be mostly touching on the agentic SOC capabilities. There are a couple of features that we've developed in the past half year. Going next to the agenda, I'm going to speak briefly about the platform as a whole, then emphasizing the leadership in GenAI security at CrowdStrike. Then go through an example of how Charlotte AI works under the hood for a user query. And at the end, go through two of the new features Charlotte has, like detection auto triage and agentic response. Next slide, please. So, like, these are most of the features or products that CrowdStrike has. And you can see that Charlotte AI is on top of them. It's like it uses data from all of them. And in the same time, it can act as a different type of interface you can use besides the UI one you already have. So you can use it in natural language, you can ask questions, and the questions get routed to any of the other modules that we have. Next slide, please. Yeah. And we were using AI even before GenAI was a hype in order to solve the problems and triage and make sure we identify malicious executables, files, and everything in between. And thus, moving into the GenAI space was a natural next step. Next slide, please. So this is an example of a user query that would be hunt my environment for vulns by Lazarus. And first, this query is disambiguated, and you can see you have vulns and Lazarus, and vulns means vulnerabilities. So Charlotte knows to query Falcon exposure management product, and Lazarus is a known threat actor tracked by CrowdStrike as Silent Cholima. So the question is actually rephrased within the Charlotte AI as hunt my environment for vulnerabilities used by actor Silent Cholima. And the workflow that is triggered automatically is three steps. It goes to the actor's profile, it identifies the CVEs that the actor uses, and then filters vulnerabilities in the user's environment for the CVEs matching those of this actor. And then shows these as a file. Next slide, please. Now, what's new in CrowdStrike, in Charlotte, actually? There are two.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
We're not seeing the slides moving at this end. We're still on number one.
Maybe I can share the presentation from here? Yeah, okay.
Put the camera on the slides.
Okay, so can you see it now? Yes. Okay. So,
Yes.
awesome. Yeah, thanks. Two features that we have released recently, and they are tied together, and they make the SOC more agentic, or you can automate part of the SOC. One is detection auto triage, and the other one is agentic response. For detection auto triage, the motivation behind it was the fact that security teams are overwhelmed with their alerts and can't figure out from all those alerts which are the actual threats that they should prioritize. And with the detection auto triage, what it happens is all detections are automatically triaged for the customers, and they are either labeled as TPs, FPs, or inconclusive. They also get a priority and recommend the next steps. These happen in a pipeline that consists of deterministic steps, and some of the steps are also fine-tuned models trained on millions of previously triaged detections by Falcon Complete, which is our MDR team. This enables a team to have a faster threat resolution and saves customers way more than 40 hours, depending on the amount of detections they generally have. I also have a video, but I don't know.
Built into the CrowdStrike Falcon platform, Charlotte AI assigns an escalation priority score to detections, helping analysts quickly prioritize critical threats with precision. Charlotte AI's full details panel delivers deeper insights for informed decision-making. A detailed breakdown of each
So the detail also, as you see, includes an explanation of what happens. It takes in the detection and emphasizes why it was triaged in a certain way. Sorry.
built into the including verdict, true or false positive, confidence level, and triage status, allows analysts to focus on critical thinking rather than routine triage investigations. Alongside its verdict, the detailed explanation goes beyond the basic detection description, providing clear, plain English insights and intelligent context into why specific recommendations and priorities were assigned. Finally, Charlotte AI offers actionable recommendations, such as whether to escalate or close a detection, helping analysts focus their efforts where they are needed most. These recommendations can even be used to further automate response workflows. Detection triage with Charlotte AI empowers security teams to streamline workflows, boost efficiency, and tackle threats with unmatched speed and precision, revolutionizing the way detections are managed.
Yep. And moving on, we also have agentic response, which happens as a next step. So for detections that were triaged with the detection auto triage, analysts or customers can trigger agentic response. This allows customers to have this agentic workflow happening while they do their own investigation or in parallel with their investigation, and enables them to move faster and have more time to take a look at what they come across and what the agents come across, and compare and move forward faster. Maybe it's best to go over the video first in order to see how it looks like, and then I can, it looks like I don't have the video. Okay, I can go through it, and you have to have your imagination. Starting from the detection, what happens is we have an agentic system that starts asking questions. Those questions are then answered by Charlotte AI in real time and are prioritized. So let's say 16 questions are generated and the top 3 of them are answered. We look and see whether or not the detection was was responded or not, and continue asking questions. It of course stops at a certain point when either, let's say, you don't have credits or the incident was finalized. So this helps analysts move faster, and they can even let this agentic response run while they, as I was saying, conduct their own investigation in parallel and then go and see what the agent came up with. This is also powered by Falcon Complete's expertise, which is and starts from playbooks that we have internally, and allows analysts to keep pace with the evolving tradecraft. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruxandra. This was really interesting. And we still have a couple of minutes before we can move on to presenter of the Cracovie wizard for CRA. So maybe it's time to open the floor for some questions, if there are any from for both parts. The panel, yeah? Yes, please.
Yes, I have a question for Ruxandra, because we all know that CrowdStrike went through a major crisis last year, and I already know the answer, but I want to hear from you. Is CrowdStrike resilient?
Yes, I mean, we have changed some of the practices, and I mean, in a software world, you know that software can break, and with AIs, it's even more challenging, let's say. But we have changed our processing internally, and I would say that we're way better than last year.
Okay, are there, okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Maria Gurou. I used to work for the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Center. I think I'm still a friend of this team. I'm back to the academic environment. I happened to be in this room for the previous panel on earthquakes. And they talked at the same time about resilience, implementing resilience at the local level, which I found in here, especially in George's presentation. And we do need to do more when it comes about adaptive governance. I haven't heard the term governance so far, and we definitely need to do more when it comes about adaptive government. And I have particularly liked the comment that, I quote, "The question is not who leads the innovation, but who connects it," end of quote. We're so used to living in the classical paradigm of so many leaders that we sometimes tend to forget our own role in building resilience, our role as trainers, our role as colleagues, our role as citizens of this world. Thank you very much. It was just a comment, not a question. But the question could be, for all of us, how do we manage to build a more adaptive governance system when it comes to cybersecurity threats of all kinds? Thank you.
Okay, would anyone like to reply to the comment or answer the question in particular? Okay, Georgie.
Excellent question and the remark, of course. Thank you for that. So, yeah, you're absolutely right in terms of the, there is no traditional and classic way of having the either leaders and the followers, like you are in a, either leader or follower of some activity. So here within the cyber resilience and cybersecurity, enablers and those one who connect the stakeholders, connect the sectors, connect the like a public to the private, to the academia, to the CSO, to the entrepreneurs, to the defense as a separate sector, especially within after the 2022. So that's the most important part. But the here also comes the governance issue. What you ask, like how the governance of that should come. So the main point what I see here is that not the classic way of the governance of those structure and those ecosystem as a whole, but the thing about the what I brought as an example of the Finland and Estonians in my first part, that they don't wait for someone to do something. They just start within the local communities together, just defend their own space. For example, 10 people gather and they're, like it was in ancient times, just try to defend their community. They do the same, but, and then wait for the others which replicate and which will take their approach as an example. So this is something what really matters here. But on the other side, I would say that the whole, like a entire and European approach for having the cyber resilience roadmap is also very needed thing here. Like aligning different regulations, aligning different sectorial as well as the cyber plus disinformation plus critical infrastructure regulations and the framework. So I would say here the balance comes that we can't wait for someone to lead, but on the other hand, we can't give the communities within the European Union to someone started or something, because we don't have time, as everyone mentioned here, and specifically, I think Duncan from Ljubljana's part mentioned the thing that we have to be agile. We don't have to wait for someone. So this time, I think we have still the balanced way. Like some communities might lead their process or co-lead with the other ones, but some parts, because of this kind of the unequal capacity within the European Union, we can't have this kind of approach that we choose one approach and we follow that. We will have this kind of inequality because of the lack of because of this capacity, the diversity, and also the scale and this kind of diversified community what we have within the EU. So I think that's in a nutshell, but I'm not sure, did I say this like in a way, or I just jumped from the one term to the other, but yeah, that was the excellent remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I can see Mr. Bene is waiting, so I would, oh, sorry. Can we proceed with questions after this presentation, because then we will have additional topic to talk about. I'm so sorry, but so Duncan, I hand it over to you.
Yeah. Thanks, Katja. Well, joining us from Germany, I'd like to introduce Michael Beiner. Michael is a certified cybersecurity auditor. Michael, we've talked a lot about the extra pressure and demand for auditing skills, particularly in light of the new CRA. So Michael manages and coordinates a team of cybersecurity specialists and provides training, consulting, testing, and certification services for Bureau Veritas, but also is a lead figure in the Cracovia initiative, which is the right topic at the right time. And the project funded by the European Union is focused on designing digital wizard assistant tool, which is to guide companies on how to make their products secure from the start, right the way through their life cycle, even after they've hit the market. So, Michael, you bring a unique perspective at the right and vantage point just at the right time. So please, the floor is yours for your presentation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to this meeting and giving me the opportunity to present the Cracovia project. Thanks for the kind introduction, so I don't need to say too much about myself. You did this already. I'm working at Bureau Veritas in the location in Germany. Yes, in the Cracovia project, I'm also deeply involved and happy to share some slides and some information about this. To get things right, I understand I have like 15 minutes time slot to talk about this.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Then let me try to share my screen and launch the presentation. Wait. Entire screen. Yes, it should be this.
We can see it.
Very good. So, we are talking about, or I'm talking about Cracovia. First of all, it sounds like a city in Poland, but it is not. Maybe it's inspired us a little bit for this acronym, but the acronym stands for Cyber Resilience Act, Compliance Wizard. And the idea is to simplify the compliance journey. So make it with the ease of magic, like a wizard. And make this, reduce the burden for, especially for small, medium enterprise, SME companies, who may face a challenge to address the Cyber Resilience Act. First of all, I want to give a brief introduction and overview about, and a reminder about the Cyber Resilience Act. So the EU issued the Cyber Resilience Act last year, so it's quite fresh. It has been discussed and prepared for a longer time. Now it is being implemented. And it applies to products with digital elements. That is the focus of the Cyber Resilience Act. And for those products with digital elements, which is already quite a broad application or applicability, for those products with digital elements, it mandates certain cyber resilience features or cybersecurity features. All of this will be communicated and demonstrated through the CE mark for the compliance. So the whole framework in the EU about CE marking and compliance with CE marking applies to products with digital elements for their cybersecurity properties. And this creates the, let's say, entry barrier or the minimum criteria for products when they are placed on the EU market. So I think this has quite some power, even beyond Europe, because also in other legislations or in other regions and countries, the CE mark has a strong relevance. background or political intention that we see and understand from this law is to increase the resilience of the EU common market against adverse cyber attacks. If we listen to the news or read the newspaper, we can almost every day hear some cyber attacks happened and some adverse entities did something to did something against the EU common market. And many times they also use vulnerabilities and weaknesses in products. And the Cyber Resilience Act should constitute the overarching requirements for products when they are placed on the European market. And yes, cyber attacks always come from a digital world. So that is the digital elements that is the key element here to make these applicable. Because of this broad overarching applicability, it is important to look at the risk-based approach. So Cyber Resilience Act does not give a minimum requirement for technical implementation of cybersecurity. This is not useful for such a broad range of products. However, the Cyber Resilience Act mandates and gives the responsibility to manufacturers to apply a risk-based approach, but also, let's say this is a little bit educative, ask and mandate them to look at the risk. So with this act, the manufacturers of digital products are forced to document how they look at the risk of their products and how they look and assess and identify risks to their products. And based on that, what kind of suitable cybersecurity level they implement to counter those risks or to reduce those risks to an acceptable minimum. So this risk-based approach is a responsibility, but also a strong tool for manufacturers to apply a suitable cybersecurity for their products. Cybersecurity is never 100%. There will always be somebody who can break it, but it needs to have a balanced, suitable level applied to the risk. And this is what the Cyber Resilience Act is, one essential element what the Cyber Resilience Act brings to the table and adds to the common market. At the moment, products don't need to document and demonstrate the risk, especially not the cyber risk. The risk-based approach in a negative way could be handled by a manufacturer saying, oh, well, we accept all risks, fine, we can just ship the products and we don't do anything for cybersecurity. Well, this is not possible. There is a countermeasure in the Cyber Resilience Act, and that is the transparency. The Cyber Resilience Act mandates the manufacturer to provide relevant user documentation where the manufacturer describes those risks and those countermeasures that they put into the product. So that enables the users, the buyers, the consumers to make informed decisions when they buy products. And the EU also recognized that additional laws, additional requirements create additional burden to the industry. So the EU is supporting the industry to adopt and implement this new legislation. And how are they doing it? They're doing it through standardization to provide guidance, especially clear rules and guidance of technical implementations, and to further describe the details of the expectations of this law. I mean, a law is legal language, and it's mainly written for lawyers. Standards are written for technical people, for engineers, to build the products in the right way. So this standardization is a major effort that is undertaken in the EU. And the EU is funding and supporting this standardization to create this technical baseline and to specify the requirements in more detail. And additionally, through funding and support, The EU is supporting small, medium enterprise manufacturers and funding the implementation of this new law. And the Cracovia Consortium is one of the beneficiaries of such funding. So as Cracovia, we try to support and implement the Cyber Resilience Act. A key element in the Cyber Resilience Act is 2 deadlines, and they are not so far away. 11th of September 26 is the deadline for reporting actively exploited vulnerabilities. So by next year, manufacturers have this obligation already to comply with. And then in December 27, all products which are placed on the EU market with a CE mark and which have digital elements need to comply with the rules and expectations of the Cyber Resilience Act. These are the deadlines. They are quite short. So industry has to also work fast to adopt this. On the other side, the attackers are not waiting. If this is 2 long deadlines, attackers will be happy and say, well, let's use the time until this really takes effect and protects devices more and more. What are the manufacturer's obligations under the Cyber Resilience Act? That is also, I think, an important view to look at. Manufacturers need to provide updates during the life cycle of the products. One of the key mandates of the Cyber Resilience Act that products are not only shipped and then stay there and get more and more vulnerable as more vulnerabilities will be detected. No, the manufacturer has to update those products and maintain the level of security throughout the life cycle. Additionally, the manufacturer has to execute a proactive vulnerability handling. That means he cannot just sit and wait for vulnerabilities to happen and then react. No, there's a mandate to proactively make sure that there is no vulnerabilities or no relevant vulnerabilities in the products. And this is part of the secure development lifecycle. So security to be used as the afterthought and retrofit is very difficult to achieve and never reach the same level as if security is already thought from the beginning. The risk analysis as a basis to define which security features need to be in the product is a relevant aspect. The supply chain management is part of that development lifecycle. What are all the elements that are put into the product and how can the manufacturer make sure that everything which he puts in the product is secure enough? And as I said before, there is the obligation to provide user documentation about cybersecurity. Not only for the informed decisions about buying products, but also then of responsibly using products. And even go to disposing products, right? If you have a hard disk and you want to dispose it, you need to make sure that you erase all data before you give it away, because others could read the data and may extract some relevant information. So also disposing the whole life cycle is a relevant aspect where the user is also in the picture, needs to be taken into the picture. So manufacturer can not do everything by themselves. Sometimes they need to include the user for it, and that the user documentation gives the necessary basis and guidance for this. And then for more the formal aspects of obligations to comply with the CE mark starts with the EU Declaration of Conformity. So products need to have this declaration, and in December 27, all products or all declarations need to mention the Cyber Resilience Act and need to explain which standards have been used to show compliance. That is a starting point, but just mentioning a standard is not enough. Behind that, there is a conformity assessment procedure. So manufacturers need to go through this procedure to assess their level of conformity and document this. This all goes into the technical documentation, Manufacturers need to have this technical documentation readily available for authorities to look into it. This is not user-facing, this is not consumer or customer-facing. This is technical documentation that the manufacturer needs to have in-house. But as soon as the market surveillance or other authorities will question the conformity, the manufacturer need to be able to deliver this documentation. And there is also a reporting obligation, reporting actively exploited vulnerabilities. And as I said, with the deadlines, there is a different deadline for this activity to be executed. Now I have a little bit of the compliance journey that we see as Bureau Veritas. We are helping a lot of manufacturers to go through this and to achieve compliance to the Cyber Resilience Act. And we see these 4 steps typically happening as a journey for manufacturers to go through. So it all starts with awareness, training, and classification of products. First of all, the manufacturer needs to understand that there is a Cyber Resilience Act, that it applies to their product, and they need to understand what implications that has. Here, we don't do a lot of training, workshops, webinars. Also, in the Cracovie consortium, we started something like what we call the Cracademy to address this awareness topic. The second step after the awareness has started is the analysis phase. So manufacturers need to see where we are. They need to do a threat and risk analysis. As I said, this is part of the technical documentation and the basis for defining the right features. They need to manage and understand the SBOM, the software bill of material. So what are all the software elements that are put into the product? And what vulnerabilities come out of this bill of material? And they need to understand the process requirements and where there are gaps to the existing processes that they have in their organization. This is kind of the analysis phase. And again, the Cracovie, the compliance wizard, helps to extract to get a view on the software bill of material and automatically match it with vulnerabilities, with the vulnerability databases. So manufacturer can automatically find out what is the SBOM and what is a vulnerability. So one important step for compliance is supported by automated tool, the wizard. And then we have the third step is the implementation phase. So now after understanding the gaps and what needs to be done, the processes need to be implemented, described, established, trained, and make it made available. Then we have the features based on the threat and risk analysis. Features need to be implemented, maybe updated in the products. Many manufacturers that we talk to see the need to discontinue products because they are so old and do not meet the expectations of the risks, or don't have the necessary countermeasures for the existing risks. And some can just do feature updates of their products or have newer products which they can then replace the older ones. Looking at the features, also the wizard supports with the functional testing and analysis of the functionality of the device, automates these feature testing. And implementation also includes the documents. So all those documents need to be prepared, reviewed, approved, released, published. This is the implementation phase. And as I said, the reporting obligation is a process requirement which already applies in September next year. And then the final stage is the compliance assessment procedure with reaching even a certification. That is also covered by the compliance wizard, or the objective and goal of the compliance wizard to collect all those information that are needed for a successful compliance assessment procedure. And we as Bureau Veritas represent especially this step because we are a certification entity and we can issue certificates documenting and demonstrating the full compliance to the Cyber Resilience Act. So all the yellow elements are supported by the Cracovie. So our mission statement is to simplify the compliance with the Cyber Resilience Act, as I said, especially for small, medium enterprise companies. but also for any other organization who want to know if their products or if some products are complying. And how do we simplify this? We simplify this by providing an automated tools for the cybersecurity assessment. That includes the a scan of the firmware to understand the software bill of material and its vulnerabilities, as well as collecting evidence of functionality. So the wizard can also observe traffic as it goes out of the device or how the device is communicating and assess those traffic and find out if the necessary encryption is in place or if there is some compromise for encryption which may be attacked or may create a vulnerability. And this is an evidence-based compliance documentation. So all the results of that tool relate to the documentation, relate to the requirements and standards of the Cyber Resilience Act, and at the end can simplify the journey towards the certification of making sure everything is, the technical documentation is a complete package and is available. And I like to say about the Cyber Resilience Act, don't try by yourself. Try to find partners to do it together, like companions on the road. And that is also the Bureau Veritas strategy here. We joined the consortium of the Cracovie with 14 other stakeholders from the industry, from end users, from SMEs, from critical infrastructure operators, to prepare for the Cyber Resilience Act and to do this in a joint and combined effort. So that was my presentation. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present the Cracovie.
Okay, thank you. If I may take the opportunity now just to take the question, if is it okay? I'm so sorry
Yes.
for interrupt you. Maybe, Michael, just wait for a second if it applies also to you. Please.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm Razan Ciuca from the New Strategy Center, and I would like to address a question for our co-speakers in Ljubljana, because I want to find out some insights from them, since I know the situation pretty much in Romania, attending so many conferences and forums. When it comes to resilience, communication is key. And when it comes to cyber resilience, sharing cyber threat intelligence is of utmost importance. My question is pretty straightforward. What frameworks, good practices, tools and frameworks do you use in Slovenia to address or by bridging the gap, to bridge the gap between civilian and military cooperation in terms of resilience, specifically to share cyber threat intelligence or to facilitate sharing the cyber threat intelligence among the civilian and the military sectors? Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. I should say that other panelists have had to meet other commitments elsewhere, but we do have Michael with us from the Chamber of Commerce, and Michael also has a defense background. Would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I can. So thank you for the question. The national agency responsible for cybersecurity is organizing the body, coordinating activities on the weekly basis. So all major agencies are involved in this process. So, and whenever is needed, some intelligence information are shared by the office to the other part of ecosystem according to the rules. So they have weekly coordination, and there is also governmental higher levels bodies which are informed about it if some other measures are required. So this is the part, and there is Ministry of Defense is part of this coordination body. Is this the answer to your question?
Yeah, I was more interested in how do you manage to actually not force, but determine the military sector to provide you critical cyber threat intelligence when you are facing a cyber threat, especially a cyber threat from an advanced persistent threat, from an APT or state-sponsored cyber attacks? Because as we all know, the military might have some reluctances when it comes to sharing their cyber threat intelligence, which might be critical to respond in due time to this kind of advanced cyber threats.
So very recently we have this type of discussions, and MOD and some agencies within MOD actually confirmed that they collaborate in this coordination body, and they treat these informations according to the rules, and they share information where this is really needed, or up to the governmental level, or even down to the, for example, regional or private security operation centers and so on. This is, we haven't actually been faced with the behavior that defense staff would not be sharing if they are allowed to, because they got some information also from the NATO channels and so on. So this is there is a clear policy what could be shared, but they collaborate on the actually on the weekly basis. So this is the confirmation from the last meeting we had.
Okay, thank you, because we are really sharp on time. I would just ask Gabriela to tell us the instructions.
Thank you. No instructions. Just to wrap up, we talked about education, the need for long-term and recycling, upskilling type of courses. We talked about legislation. We talked about the need for improved cooperation. I think we had a great discussion today, and I would like to thank all the speakers and the moderators, and let's have a round of applause for them, please. This concludes our panel today. There are other panels in the forum. You are invited, and also tomorrow, if you want to participate in other roundtables and panels, you are all invited. Thank you, and have a lovely day.
Thank you, Ljubljana. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
actually to our colleagues joining from Washington, D.C. Sorry for the little delay, but we were waiting for other people to just join us. Welcome to the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Forum 2025 and to this academic dialogue on economic currents, resilient shores, Euro-Atlantic business strategies in the age of disruption. Our aim today is actually to bridge two sides of the Atlantic in a conversation about how we can future-proof our economies. We will try to explore how businesses can not only survive but grow amid continuous technological disruptions, from AI and big data to hybrid threats and shifting supply chains. We convene actually scholars, policymakers, innovators, and entrepreneurs to ask a simple but actually urgent question. Which disruption is hardest to manage today? How can our Euro-Atlantic organizations anticipate, absorb, and adapt to crisis while safeguarding stability, trust, and competitiveness? Let's begin with a short introduction from our panelists in Bucharest before turning to Washington, D.C. for their insights. First of all, I'd like to invite Isabel Lindefrech, head of the business unit of technology and innovation planning for public sector clients at the Fraunhofer Institute for Technological Trend Analysis. She is actually an expert she's actually a member expert in different groups, and Fraunhofer is actually the institute at the forefront of identifying and modeling technological disruptions. Isabel, from your vantage point, how are AI, IoT, and automation changing Euro-Atlantic businesses' resilience? Which two are free shifts like AI agents or critical system, adversarial MLs, or insecure by default IoT must heighten systemic risk, and how should enterprises prioritize mitigation?
Thank you. Inviting me. Oh, sorry, exactly. I practiced it actually before and then forgot it. So thank you, first of all, for having me and for inviting me. It's the first time that I participate in this really amazing and exciting format. It's next to the impressive venue, of course. It's really interesting to see. And especially across generations, I really welcome how many young people are around, because a lot of those topics, if we talk about trends, are really important for them as well. I've just come from that young leader or future leaders roundtable, and I don't want to duplicate everything that already has been said. I mean, talking about AI and connected systems, there's probably, I don't know if there is a top 10 list of something of current disruptions, and that is usually, you know, where young people exchange about, have you heard about, I don't know, there's a quite well documented case that attackers have entered a casino network through the connected to the internet thermometer of a fish tank, and then entered the database of the high rollers. So thinking about disruptions or let's say potential vulnerabilities caused by new technologies. So it has always two sides of a story. AI enables us to automate decisions, to become more efficient, to become quicker and everything. But especially those decisions, if we don't supervise it well, it can very quickly go wrong. And through those still increasingly interconnectedness of our daily devices, it's really can move faster and further than before, and cause especially a lot of cascading effects. Thinking about, I mean, we all witnessed, for instance, in 2024, There was this big IT issue when an update of a cybersecurity firm caused a breakdown in Windows applications, and then there were a lot of blue screens. And then this cross-domain effects from cyber attacks to really physical results, to airports being shut down, productions, even in the high digitalized German companies like automotive, Volkswagen or whatever, really needed to stop their production due to a simple update of a security software. So that will of course increase. We also talked about hybrid threats, and today the tools and so on used there are becoming more accessible, easier to use, more efficient, cheaper, and it's not war anymore, it's a constant contest about information spaces, about superiority of information actually, and a lot of other things. And it's not only state players anymore, it's also economic players who can take advantage. I had a time limit, right? I should come to what we can do. So I could go on and on, so I don't want to really duplicate a lot. So things that you can do thinking about connectiveness is already as a company think about what of your tools, whatever, is actually connected and who has an account. So that's probably not, I don't know, think of your own company who has, I don't know, starting from keys to doors, which has been given to interns or whatever and never got back, to accounts created, to access to servers or whatsoever. Do supervise AI and decision making, that's what I already said. You could train disruptions. You could simply go with your company and try to simulate disruptions. There's a lot of, for instance, serious gaming approaches, even for hybrid threats and so on around, where you could try, because nobody, I mean, it's easy to communicate or to talk about threats, but people don't think that they are concerned. As long as they haven't witnessed or haven't been in the situation. Things that you already can do with virtual reality, as I said, serious games, so on, is a lot. So train, test, really test things. Combine domains in your supervision, surveillance, like physical sensors with event management and cyber attacks and so on. And most importantly, think about a holistic risk management all along your value chain. So think what you want to deliver, on the impact you want to reach, the result you want to get. And then think all along the steps, what could possibly go wrong. And then think of that each of your tasks and capability consists of different dimensions. The people involved, the procedures involved, supply chain aspects, of course the equipment involved and so on. Really consider those different dimensions into the risk management. And not prepare, it's difficult to prepare for every scenario, but if you think of a scenario as a worst case scenario under risk management, and then simply hope that it also will prepare you for less severe scenarios as an idea.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, I think we are not all prepared for that yet, so we should get prepared and we should try testing, as you said. Now, turning to Julien Theron, he is a political scientist specialized in security and defense at Joint Research Center of the European Commission. He worked with several governments and international organizations. Julien, how do hybrid threats evolve and how do these threats transform our security environment? How does this evolution impact economic security, and how can businesses secure their activity while participating in the society's resilience?
Thank you very much, Lucian. I'll do something that I rarely do. I'll tell you a story. A few years ago, I published a book with the Le Monde correspondent in Moscow called Poutine, la stratégie du désordre. I think that you, with our Latin roots of languages, you can understand what it means. And it has been proposed to me by an intermediary to explain the threats coming from Russia to major business groups from the CAC 40, which is our biggest index for big companies. So these are the 40 biggest companies in France. Not all of them, but a part of them were there. I accepted, and as a political scientist, I was obviously full of a prioris, thinking that what they're going to tell me. And I arrived, and they started to tell me how many billions of euros they were making each. Apparently, it's like a business card in this environment or something like that. And I was a bit scared that my exposure would be a bit received with doubts. And I was absolutely stunned, because we had a great elements in this book regarding the risk of conventional war coming, about the manipulation of cognition and information and so on and so forth, digital threats, I mean, cyber attacks already, I mean, the implementation of the GRU, I mean, we had a lot of things like that, but I thought, what are they going to tell me? And what? We operate in Russia, that's it. It was not at all the case. And I remarked 3 things. First, these CEOs were extremely bright. They understood everything extremely quickly. Second, they were really listening about whatever the political scientist was going to tell them. I was very surprised on that. Third, it was difficult for them to operate there, because nobody likes corruption. Nobody likes to pay, 3 times a fee for a train that never arrives with your material. Fourth, and that was the most striking for me, these businessmen who had so many responsibilities, sometimes hundreds of thousands of employees, democracy mattered to them. The fate of democracy mattered for all of them. On several dozens, only one was a bit critical and so on and so forth. All the others were really mattered. Why am I telling you that? Because this is the cornerstone of what at the European Commission we call the whole of society approach. Resilience is not governments explaining to the population what they should do and how they should act. We work a lot, obviously, in Northeastern and Northern Europe regarding the current threats. And these governments understood how to implement the society. So, and that's the second part, I'll try to be quick. Businesses are absolutely essential for the resilience of the society. Participate to a lot of civil military trainings and tabletop exercises and these sort of things. And the more I see that, the more I see even military, sometimes about very strategic units, listening to the business and really trying to understand how they can cooperate. Sometimes it's because it's about cyber attacks or physical security, so it's understandable. But even this dialogue makes them understand that there is this strategic issue where everybody joins. We developed at this strategic level at the Commission, with the Hybrid Center of Excellence of Helsinki countering hybrid threats, we developed what we call the comprehensive resilience ecosystem, the core model. There is 13 domains, but more important for us, there are 3 spaces, the services space, governance space, and civic space. But the economic domain is interlinked with all of them, with all the 13 domains, the 12 other domains. The 12 other domains are space, intimately economics, more and more, I would even say. Cyber, kind of the same. Information, also, the crisis of information is also depending on that, and this is also because of the economic model that we see new threats, deepfakes, and so on and so forth to excite a little bit the readers. Social is deeply economic. Culture might also be, depending on the national polity. Political is economic dependent. Public administration, well, its efficiency is also linked to that. Legal intelligence perhaps a little bit less, but they need some tools, they need good tools, and this is coming from the economic domain as well. Diplomacy, economic diplomacy, military, we can see today how much it's about economic and the implementation of big groups into that, and infrastructure. So you see that the economic domain, meaning literally businesses, and I want to assess the role of SMEs into that, including for military defense, is at the center of this, what we call the services space. So that's it, and we try to analyze that always with bringing this space with us at the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julian. Yeah, of course, economics and the economy is at the base of everything right now, and everything is connected to that. So let's try and shift a little bit our focus, because we always focus mainly on technology lately, but resilience also requires human adaptability, leadership, critical skills, and the culture of trust. I will go to Senator Irineu Daru, who is the chair of the Committee on Education, Science and Innovation of the Romanian Senate. Please tell us, how do you see education shaping the next generation's ability to thrive in disrupted economic environments? How do we build human resilience alongside technological defenses?
Thank you. Good evening, and I'm honored to be here. Of course, I would be able to share in a very few minutes just 3 or 4 thoughts on this very generous topic. But first of all, as I'm the chair of the Committee of Education, I would say that without investing a lot more, and I speak even more about Romania, in education, we will have a very big problem. And the first thing I want to underline is that I think nowadays, basic competence and skills necessary to live in this world, to adapt to this world, to be able to surpass all the challenges and risks, you need a proper education from the smallest ages possible. So as the international studies also on education prove, it's essential to help families and kids to have basic competencies and skills from the smallest ages possible. And this is, let's say, a prioritization needed of investments in education. Maybe we could accept that given starting with some later ages, we cannot do miracles with continuous education and so on, even if we would like to. But if we say this, okay, let's try at least the youngest generations to be equipped, let's say, from the first years of their lives for the world we are living today in. Another thing which is, I think, a bit related to social and economy, I think we cannot afford, depending on the country, 10%, 20%, 40% of some populations to be left behind. The same, I am rather speaking about kids and youngsters. I think if on the 18-year-old or maybe even 35-year-old, we have a big part of the population, let's say 10 to 20%, which is rather true for even for very developed countries, left behind from the education perspective, from the competence perspective, or from the integration of the labor market perspective, we will have a very big social issue. And I think in any society, it would be very difficult to take decisions and to move forward. Then what I would say, or what we should ask ourselves, how we can create like a built-in resilience in the education system, but also in every person, every beneficiary of the education system. Because honestly, we cannot know how the world will look 10 or 20 years from now. So I think we should try through education systems from the youngest ages to build some basic principles and competencies and strength, if you want, and critical way of thinking and of adapting to be useful for the whole life. Because if we are not doing this and we are trying to teach only, I don't know, precise and niche subjects, topics, I think those persons, those beneficiaries will have a problem to adapt to any crisis we can imagine. Of course, the same, and maybe I'm subjective because I have a technical background. I have been a programmer for 15 years. So I think also the technical competencies should be instilled in children from the youngest ages, but in a smart way. I think children shouldn't be kept apart from technology, but they should be learned how to use technologies the same in a clever way, in a critical way, in order to be able to how to say, a bit to control the technology and the way they are using it. And maybe the last idea is a thing I speak a lot in Romania about education. I think we should have at the national level, but of course at a European level and worldwide level where there is cooperation, like a strategical plan with 2 or 3 priorities established more or less by consensus, and then implement this strategical plan, because sometimes in education where the investment, where we see the results very late regarding the moment of the investment, we are trying to do a lot. We have a lot of wishful thinking. Probably all of us have good ideas, but I feel sometimes that at the state level or even supranational level, we have difficulties in establishing 3 or 5 clear priorities, do investments, multi-annual investments on those priorities, and assure some measurable results. And especially at the European level, Union level, I think, even if I know is not yet a competence of the European Union, we should think of this, and we should try in the member states through consensus to establish such clear priorities, and then of course to convince educational systems to follow them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Darrow. Unfortunately, Europe doesn't count that much on education yet, but it should, as you said, because I think through education we can shift and change a lot of the problems that we're facing now, and I'm sure we can solve that. So hopefully there will be prioritizing education, because that's the only way of creating resilience actually in time. Thank you very much on that. Next, Mr. Cristian David. He is a member of the Consultative Council to the Department for Sustainable Development within the Romanian government. And he is involved in several research activities and centers on this topic. How can sustainability and resilience frameworks align across private and public sectors to ensure long-term stability? Is the workforce mitigation an enabler or disruptor?
Thank you so much. This is a very broad question. I'm afraid I will try to diminish as much as possible my answer to be as concise as possible. Definitely to align sustainability with resilience, it is a matter of organic evolution. We use now, it is very much used, the term resilience, but actually resilience, it is a long-lasting attribute of humankind evolution. Adaptation to circumstances of risk or progress evolution. Evolution. On the other side, sustainability is a more modern term which comes now with the preoccupation to exploit resources, natural resources primarily, in such manner that it will offer the next generation the same possibility to live in the same conditions as we have now and to enjoy the same privileges.
On this line, I want also to take the profit and introduce another term, which will combine these two and add another fashion term, which is technology. So I would refer to techno-sustainability in regard with resilience. So techno-sustainability now it is a term which should be more taken into consideration from the perspective of designing and implementing the technological systems into the sustainable development processes. Therefore, the techno-sustainability leads the technology, put the technology in front to minimize environmental harm, enhance efficiency, and support equitable social outcomes. Therefore, the concepts of sustainability and resilience, therefore, they have their very distinct focus, are increasingly recognized as interdependent and complementary frameworks for achieving long-term systemic evolution and stability. When these two systems are properly aligned, they reduce the systemic risks, such as environmental, economic, and social. They also enable transformation and innovative transformation and adaptation to the reactive recovery. And I think now this is one key element that we should explore more in our perspective, both political, administrative, or even in the business field, that we need to focus on the capacity not only to survive, but also to evolve the threats and disruptions. These challenges are, we have a saying in Romania that what is not killing you, it is making you stronger and better. This is the way I think we need to address this part of the challenge which comes from different systemic processes. One in our area is the risk which derives from the security context. Another one is the climate change impact, which even if we do not perceive it individually, there is making profound changes, structural changes to some economic sectors. We also are facing the process of and the impact of technology, which changes everything as an outcome of another threat, which was the pandemic. A pandemic crisis gave a spin to all the IT sector in all applications, primarily those which are related to logistic distribution, strategic logistic distribution, or distribution chains. With this being said, I think we need to look in ensuring the sustainable development and durable path forward by optimizing the relationship between the frameworks of sustainability and resilience, because they are organically related and actually they are describing from different perspectives the way we evolve in general, our society in both economic and social side evolve. Now coming to the social side and moving to the human mobility perspective, well, migration is both. It's an enabler and it's a disruptor. You cannot, this is a dynamic relation. It is not something which can be framed and very clearly set as a snapshot, because we are witnessing in Romania a long-term process of outflow of labor, while quite recently we are witnessing some trials to recuperate and compensate the labor market with some imports of labor. But this is a dynamic process. We need to understand the long-term perspective of this. And from this angle, there is a disruptor when the massive flow of Romanians left our country and induced systemic problems to economic and social systems. primarily it is a break to the economic development and access to progress, while on the other hand, we see the profit which comes from covering the gap on the labor market by the recently imported labor force. Therefore, this dynamic balance can be at any time changed. It is a matter of the perspective you are looking into it, and you cannot call on the workforce migration as being one, either enabler or disruptor. It is this very sensible balance we need to cope with. But in general, we have to see the workforce migration speeding up the innovation, offering possibilities to explore and expand new businesses, and the human mobility can be a driver for innovation and progress.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we should understand sustainability better and see that sustainability actually goes hand in hand with resilience, because if we drive and use sustainable companies and policies, then everything should come up to progress and increase our activities. Our next panelist, Ms. Hortensia Anastase, she drives strategic growth and operational excellence across continental Europe and Middle East and North Africa for Golin, the preeminent American PR network. So, crisis communication is vital to resilience. Hortensia, how should organizations prepare for information domain challenges, and what essential lessons should we learn?
Thank you for the question, Lucian. From a marketing and communication perspective, this is what I can talk about. I have learned that resilience actually has two strongholds. One is operational excellence, and this is what you guys are experts in. The other one is stakeholder confidence, and this is directly linked with reputation. So the very brief answer to your question is reputation. A bit of a longer answer to your question, which I will just tap into for a few minutes right now, but this is a very complicated domain, and for those of you, and I'm looking especially at the young ones in the room, for those of you who would like to dig deeper into this domain, I would love to be at your disposal, so feel free to reach out to me. The thing is that I'm looking at everyone here in this room, and we are all architects of reputation, our own personal reputation and the reputation of the organizations that we represent. And it's very, extremely difficult today to be an architect of reputation. Why? Because we live at the intersection of three vital forces, and they are terrible forces which together create a storm. The first one is transparency. Transparency demands today are unprecedented. Everybody wants to see everything about you, to know everything about you. And you shouldn't give them everything about you. The second force is about stakeholders' expectations are extremely high. They all want everything, and they are entitled to ask everything from you. And the third one is about digital amplification. And we see a lot of missteps today in the way different people in positions of power misunderstand the spotlight that is on them every second of every day and how exposed they are in today's digital storm. One of the communication truths that I'd like to share with you is about the way we moved from information scarcity to information abundance. But being bombed by information as we are today doesn't mean that we are better informed people. On the contrary, it means two things. It means that we are often in an analysis paralysis situation. We don't know what to do with all the data that we have. We don't know what decision to make. This is analysis paralysis. And the second thing, and we have seen this painfully in Romania exactly 1 year ago, is about misinformation and manipulation. And let me tell you a horrible wake-up call here, which is about opinions becoming truths just because they are stated. So today, people have opinions, but my opinion becomes an absolute truth just because I have a platform to sell my opinion. And I transform a personal opinion into an absolute truth, which you cannot deny. That's my truth. Another terrible wake-up call is that truths are very different from one channel to another. I work in media, in PR. What we see on national television has nothing to do with what people discuss on TikTok, which has nothing to do with what people discuss on Instagram, which has nothing to do with what other people discuss on Reddit. These are segments of population which never meet and which have different narratives, different preoccupations, and you as communicators, as resilient communicators, need to navigate all these segments and need to offer them one single message and one single reputation in front of them. There's a lot of things that I could talk about this topic for hours, probably. That's why I'm just, touching the surface. Another important aspect is that social media has killed safe spaces. There are no more safe spaces anymore. Do not consider yourself in a safe space, because every word that you write or say can and will be held against you in the court of Instagram, let's say, or TikTok. Another thing is about, and the last one, and I will let you continue with the other speakers, I don't want to monopolize. The last thing is about staying humble and don't take yourselves too seriously. Probably many of us here are drivers, and let me ask you how many of you believe they are great drivers? I believe I'm a great driver, right? Thank you, Isabel. It's the same with leadership. We all believe we are great leaders. And let me give you a fact, which is statistics. 70% of managers believe they are great inspirational leaders. This is statistics. More than 70% of people would give up a salary raise to see their boss fired. Okay? This is so much about leadership. So don't forget to be humble, no matter where you are. We are in the big house of people in Romania here. Let's not forget that we are all people, we are all kind, and we should be very humble, very vulnerable, very true, very authentic, and very selfless, and be happy to be with other people. This is the real leadership, I guess. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you very much, Hortensia. Yeah, very, very, very interesting thoughts. And I think especially for the younger generation, but not only for them, they probably learned a lot on those. I was just thinking that you were saying about social media platforms, and I was looking at one that started more in the US, and it wasn't available in Europe until recently, the one that President Trump uses. So let's turn to our Washington counterparts. In Washington right now, we have Antonia Laura Pup. She's a scholar at Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., and fellow at the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and Chinese Communist Party. Together, we also have Matthew Rees Brough, a fellow at the U.S. House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party in Washington, D.C. And he's also involved in the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's Congressional Fellowship Program. I'll actually I'll actually invite Matthew first to discuss on how legislative approaches in Washington aim to secure critical sectors against geopolitical and technological dependencies.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Great. Morning from Washington. First, I'd like to express my thanks to the Euro-Atlantic Resilience Forum for inviting me to speak about this important topic. It's really great to be here along such an expert panel and such an informed audience. And it's really heartening seeing the level of interest in these issues really on both sides of the Atlantic, from the United States and also from our allies here in Romania. I'll first outline the key security and economic vulnerabilities the free world faces from China. Then I'll go into what the US Congress is doing to help diffuse these vulnerabilities. So on the defense and the security front, China's military buildup and aggressive behavior in the Indo-Pacific has generated a lot of instability and also, just as worryingly, a lot of increasing willingness amongst regional countries to accommodate Beijing's priorities. The risk, of course, is that China uses this military and security power to coerce and dominate the region, and then use this position of strength to then condition the economic access of the United States and then its transatlantic allies on accepting China's political priorities, be it on Taiwan, be it on human rights, be it on trade and technology abuses, you name it, China will have all the power at this point. Of course, this would constitute an unacceptable vulnerability for our countries. Given the Indo-Pacific region's status as the world's factory, they make basically 70% plus of all consumer goods, and of course, the fastest growing economy in demography. Without influence in and without access to the Indo-Pacific region, China could hold hostage our development and our prosperity, the development and prosperity of our countries. Of course, this is unacceptable. So now on the economic front, it's not much better. The risks are just as dire. China's aggressive industrial policy, unfair trade interactions, overcapacity, extensive subsidies, and also its vertical integration of key upstream components has created immense leverage over its trading partners, be it the United States, be it Romania, be it the United Kingdom, you name it. Last month's export controls on rare earth elements would apply to any good with more than 0.1% of Chinese rare earths in it. This can be from a toaster to an iPhone to a car to a thing of headphones. Basically, this would give China veto power over the global economy while also accelerating its rise to dominate key industries of the future, like semiconductors, AI, and quantum computing. Just like the defense and the security front, this is unacceptable for our shared democracies. So Congress plays a critical role in my country's approach to China, and it does this by enacting legislation that constrains, mandates, or empowers the executive branch or the president to act in certain ways. So one key legislative vehicle I'll point out is, of course, the National Defense Authorization Act. The NDAA, as it's called in short, contains a plethora of authorities, programs, and requirements that make the Defense Department expand its posture in the Indo-Pacific. It also makes it allocate resources to and coordinate with allies and partners in pursuit of shared objectives in the Indo-Pacific, and also create strategies for resilience, for countering, or for identifying weaknesses in the United States force posture and that of our allies and partners. So the NDAA, of course, is produced by the House and Senate Armed Services Committees. And after the NDAA is passed or is finalized, House and Senate Appropriations Committees, they write what's called the Defense Appropriations Bill, which provides funding for DoD programs and must align also with the NDAA's authorizations and requirements within that bill. Beyond the NDAA and the Defense Appropriations Bill, individual bills also structure the executive branch's approach to China through these same main ways: mandating, constraining, and empowering. So beyond military and security, Congress also plays an essential role in the technology front. It does this primarily by funding industrial policy and education programs that are intended to secure and expand the lead of the United States and our allies and partners in critical technologies against China. One you guys have certainly heard of, and perhaps the most famous and recent of these initiatives, is the Chips and Science Act of 2022. But initiatives that don't make as many headlines and that are more in the background involve quiet funding for institutions essential for our talent and research edge. Congress gives billions of dollars every year to the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, the Energy Department, NASA, and colleges and universities. Beyond bolstering our own capacities through these industrial policies and legislative structures, Congress has also passed legislation that would restrict China's access to critical technologies and infrastructure, including through the Secure Equipment Act of 2021. We, of course, see a lot of executive branch movement on export controls, but Congress plays a key role in providing the executive branch authorization and a foundation to build these export controls on. I'll also touch on what Congress is doing on the economic trade and sanctions front, which of course which Congress of course does similar things as the defense and technology front. For starters, Congress has banned imports from Xinjiang, where China is orchestrating a genocide of the Uyghur minority population there. Congress passed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act of 2021 to do this. Congress has also mandated the executive branch to define technology controls through the Export Control Reform Act of 2018, going back to what I was saying earlier on the technology front. Another bill I'd like to highlight here is the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act of 2018, which expands the executive branch's authority through CFIUS to block Chinese investments. And it also blocks the executive from approving deals without a national security review. These are just a few examples of how Congress empowers, enables, and constrains the executive to act in certain ways regarding China. I'd like to reiterate that last month's staggering Chinese export controls, I mean, really, it's hard to overstate how devastating these would be for the global economy. It would give China veto power over most modern appliances and most modern technologies. So these export controls have generated some political wins in Congress and in Washington writ large to take measures to insulate the upstream supply chains of the United States and of our allies and partners. To this end, several bills have been introduced this year, including the Critical Mineral Security Act of 2025, which would require a strategy for the development of advanced mining, refining, and processing for these rare earth elements. Also, the Unearth America's Future Act of 2025, if passed, would aim to reduce our country's dependence on China by investing $10 billion into domestic mining, refining, and workforce development.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Yes, China is considered, and it can become a dangerous entity if we don't act accordingly. But without them, we probably wouldn't have a lot of the technologies that we have nowadays available to the broader public. So they managed to reduce the costs on producing a lot of devices, which were developed in other countries, of course. Antonia, business resilience depends on secure supply chains for critical minerals and rare earth. How should Romania and the EU refine their critical minerals diplomacy to align with US policies?
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I want to thank Paul Mandraș for putting this panel together, despite the many challenges that are associated with the way that Romania, but also the European Union, struggle to navigate this new deal-driven diplomacy under the Trump administration. And I will preface that by actually anchoring my statement into what one of the earlier speakers from the European Joint Research Center was saying earlier, which is how the economy is a critical enabler of our resilience and a critical page, I would say, in our European Union's playbook of resilience, but I think that we are increasingly seeing right now how the economy has become the sixth domain of war. What China is doing right now to weaponize our access to rare earths, which is critical not only from the perspective of our business applications like EVs, automotive sector, and others, but also when it comes to our preparedness in the military domain. You need about 920 pounds of rare earth magnets to be able to shape an F-35. And this weaponization that was mentioned by my colleague Reese earlier looks very much like what Russia was doing in preparing its full-scale invasion in Ukraine. Sorry, I hope you can still hear me. Somebody just decided to call me right now in the most inappropriate moment possible. But it looks very much like what Russia was doing in preparing its full-scale invasion in Ukraine to weaponize the European Union's access to oil and gas. And I think that my country, Romania, our homeland, is very much at the forefront of these new developments, and this should make us be more cautious. China and Russia have just met again at the bilateral level this week. President Xi Jinping met with the Russian Prime Minister, and they pledged to renew their cooperation again as a strategic choice between these two autocracies. And let's not forget that the NATO alliance was the one that affirmed just last year that China is the main enabler of Russia's war machine in Ukraine. So what we should do, I think that, and I saw that as a Romanian, as a European living in Washington, that after the July 2025 moment when the European Commission and the new Trump administration signed the tariff deal, a lot of people in both sides of the political aisle vouch that Europe will sure fall politically in the hands of Beijing. And that prediction did not hold, empirically speaking. I think that what we are witnessing right now, and Romania as a member of the European Union is part of that effort. And I think in some cases is one of the leading entrepreneurial voices when it comes to de-risking. And our legislation on 5G, on FDI screening proves that, is that the European dignity and protecting our European way of life and of doing business is a priority for us. And the EU started to develop a strategic conscience of its own, which is part of what we largely see in the news being called and in the political speeches being called as strategic autonomy building endeavors, not only when it comes to Moscow, but also when it comes to Beijing. We see it in the European political rhetoric towards Beijing, that I think it's becoming more pragmatic and more realist, and very much, as I said, informed by what China is doing to enable and to keep us very far from achieving a sustainable peace in Ukraine by providing fighter jet dual-use components to Russia's war machine, which obviously deteriorates our security on the eastern flank of NATO. And Romania is impacted by that. And although, yes, I think that it's true, as NATO Secretary General just said in Bucharest yesterday, that we will not witness a Russian invasion in Romania. I think that it should not make us relaxed to see that we are very much the subject of a lot of operations that are below the threshold of war. influence operations like the one that we had during our presidential election cycle last year, coupled with cyber attacks, coupled with incursion in our airspace. I would say that, returning to the European Union, as a response to this growing strategic alignment between China and Russia, I try to promote while I'm in Washington, I'm working with Reese at the House Select Committee on the strategic competition between the US and the CCP, that the EU too has its own geoeconomic tools. And although maybe they are not used all the time, that can be used as a potential avenue for strengthening transatlantic cooperation. Because when Russia and China are going together in this effort, Europe needs to lead this effort in response with the US, not separately. And we have instruments, as I said, like the anti-coercion instrument, the NIS2 directive, that Romania was one of the first European countries to implement. And the fact that the European Parliament just this year passed new FDI screening rules, making foreign investment screening mandatory for the EU member states, I think, especially in those critical infrastructure sectors that Mrs. Hortensia Anastase mentioned, I think it's very encouraging, as I said, that the EU is ready to shape its own policy towards China, regardless of what is happening here. So how can the EU navigate this transactional geopolitical environment? I think that especially when it comes to critical minerals diplomacy, it's encouraging to see that we are developing strategic partnership with Australia, which now has the largest number of active exploration projects in rare earths, mining, 89 active projects, and has been the top destination for rare earths projects investment in 2024. This is something we need to lead with in diplomacy, but only for the short term, because in the medium to long term, we need to develop our own capacities by implementing the Draghi report, by constructing a political narrative that is shared in the European Union that, yes, we need to be environmentally responsible, but at the same time, we need to have our own stockpiles in rare earths, which will allow us to enable our military in case a larger conflict will happen in Europe. And let's not forget that in the US, as well as in the European Union, it takes 6 to 7 years to obtain the permitting requirements to make a critical minerals mine moving, whereas in China, it only takes you about 2 and 3 years. We need to balance that with our need of labor protection and find the formula to do so. And I think should be a priority that the European Commission is already, at least rhetorically, concerned about. The second one is, I think, the need to revamp and reactivate the EU-US Trade and Technology Council to align our cooperation. And why would the Trade and Technology Council be important? I think that when it comes to critical minerals and rare earths, as Senator Darrow was mentioned, education actually has a lot to do with that, because our R&D, our research and development centers need to be empowered to find ways to use these rare earths that we are not recycling enough if we look at the dynamics in Asia. So why not have a transatlantic center of excellence in developing new technologies to recycle these materials? And I will end with a thought that I think it should be on our agenda. looking forward in our region. And maybe we are unfortunately looking at that now just from a business perspective, which is Ukraine's reconstruction. I think that if we look at what China is doing more discreetly, diplomatically, China is very much looking to play an active role in Ukraine's post-war security architecture and in its reconstruction. I don't think that China should be allowed to enable the war that is destroying Ukraine's economy, and at the same time be allowed by us, the Euro-Atlantic community, to profit both financially and diplomatically about it. So one solution I put on the table for you is that the European Union, the normative power, with the US, the economic power at the moment, and still the security guarantor par excellence in the Black Sea region, should join forces and create an economic security shield in Eastern Europe, coordinate our investment screening mechanisms, have Romania lead that. As I said, economy is very much the sixth domain of war. And I will end with the message that since last week, when we've seen the Pentagon withdraw, unfortunately, close to 1,000 troops from Romania, from the Black Sea region, I've seen in the analytical environment in Romania appear this idea of mutual exclusivity. Should we go with strategic autonomy with the EU, or should we create rapidly this deal to lure President Trump again in Europe? I think we should do both. I am an advocate for strategic responsibility right now, not that much strategic autonomy, because I don't see it possible today. But tomorrow we need to build that, and we need to build it within the transatlantic partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonia. Yes, it's a very good perspective, and probably Romania should think about both options, as you said. I will ask a couple more questions, but I would ask all of you to be very, very brief in your answers. So I will shift to Isabel. From a German and EU perspective, how do we manage the tension between security and economic openness in our relationship with US and China without fragmenting global technology markets?
I'm of course not a diplomat, so I will try to keep it on a systemic and company level. To me, it's not really a question of tension, it's a question of market advantages. We heard, for instance, from Julien that actually the vast majority of companies is interested in democracies. And if we align democracies, again, with resilience, and we heard it a lot today, trust, then creating trustworthy or democracy-ready solutions should be in the ambition of all companies. Hortensia talked about reputation, so reputation is actually everything. I don't think that CrowdStrike, that company that caused that breakdown with the Windows interfaces, will have a business case in the future. So it's not only a sustainability of single solutions, but sustainability of the company, and that needs to be built on trust.
Thank you very much. I will go back to education and ask Senator Darrow, how can our universities and education systems bridge research and practice to strengthen applied resilience skills among students and policymakers alike?
Thank you for the question. I try to answer on one single layer, let's say, of response. Really, I would put universities, labor market, research, social support, and continuous education together. I think, let's say, the population which is aged between maybe 18, 19-year-old and 35-year-old should be the beneficiary of an institutional architecture all together. I don't know exactly how it's dealt in any country, in every country, but in Romania, for example, I think the separation between the social issue, labor market on one side, and superior education and research on the other side, even from the ministry perspective, is not very good. So we should find ways at the national level and at the European level to put these challenges together, and I would call this maybe active youth. You know, what should be the purpose of a Ministry of Education and Research, with a bit of continuous education also. Active youth, so active citizens and fulfilled professionals.
Thank you very much. Very interesting perspective, and hopefully we'll get to have it applied. I'll actually go to open to questions to all our speakers, and if you want to answer, please feel free to do that, but keep in mind that your answer should be brief, please. If we could collaboratively design one transatlantic initiative to boost economic and digital resilience for businesses over the next 5 years, what should it look like? Who wants to answer?
I can try. I will read. So remember that I said that resilience is relying on two legs. One is operational excellence, and the other one is about stakeholder confidence and trust. The transatlantic initiative that I could think of in the last 24 hours must address both. So not just building stronger systems, but building the communication framework. So I came up with the Resilience Reputation Index, which is something like a scorecard, the way you look at companies and you assess them from an ESG perspective, for instance. Why not do that from a communication resilience perspective? And it means measuring how external stakeholders perceive an organization and understand to communicate, and the way this organization communicates through disruption. And I will stop here for the sake of time.
Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll try to implement that.
Let's see that.
It can be a good research perspective as well. Thank you, Isabel.
If nobody wants to. Maybe a joint resilience testbed for businesses. So where businesses can really test their operations on the most realistic conditions, from supply shortages, communication breakdowns, whatsoever. And the outcomes could simply be like a checklist for business continuity, joint exercise, supply chain disruptions, of course, then a shared playbook for cross-domain incidents that you could also share with smaller companies. And of course, the publication of anonymized lessons learned as an idea.
Yeah, that should happen as well, because it can be done as well, and it's not something impossible. Any other ideas?
Yeah, I would look into the possibility to strengthen and expand the energy corridors. I think we need to rely more on exchange of energy resources between the two shores, and I think Romania and Europe should reduce as much as possible any dependency on energy coming from east, and I'm not referring solely and exclusively to Russia, but there are other Middle East countries where we are looking into it to compensate the need for energy resources, but I think the transatlantic relationship will be strengthened through a more robust energy corridor.
If I could say something on the government perspective, I think it's really important that we have shared standards and a shared fund for industrial initiatives in order to build up our own scale and capacity in critical minerals and other key upstream components that aren't necessarily dependent on countries that could coerce us?
Two quick words. The first one on cognitive resilience. This is a topic that we rarely, not to say never, talk about, but this is the impact of hybrid threats on the deep, on the rear, on the long term, invisible, how our perceptions are shaped, and including through education, by the way. I think that to echo what you're saying, I think that education is definitely a strategic domain that we have to investigate also even in terms of national security. There are some elements regarding some social networks and so on and so forth that are being made these days, including the vision of ourselves, that might be depreciated by the adversaries. And the other element is the need for collective security. I'm a French national, so obviously I work for the European Commission, but I can say that, for instance, on the military domain, we have a full army model. So we're supposed to do everything, but we just don't have the mass to, confront whatever challenge to come. So we need collective security. And this is true in all the 13 domains I was mentioning before. There is not a single European country which is able to resist the incoming challenges by itself. So reinforcing the strength, and obviously in times of crisis, every country has the natural tendency to go back on itself. But this is the exact inverse that we have to do. We have to bound ourselves all together to resist better. Thank you.
When I read here actionable and measurable, actionable initiative and measurable outcome, I always think about money. So I think that maybe we should create on a, I don't know, 12 months, a few years perspective, a transatlantic fund for fighting in the hybrid war. Because if we say since tens of years ago, we are fighting against active measures of Soviet Union and now the Russian Federation, I think we should take some use cases, for example, during elections, or not only, and then fund the counter measures in this hybrid war. Because I find that sometimes this kind of counteractions are, let's say, chaotic or implemented fast in an improvised way. Maybe we should have a fund on this, because every day, every week, every election, we are in a hybrid war, but if we don't want to. And if we don't have money, real money, to fight it, even digitally, even online, we have a problem of scale.
Yes, that's very true. Thank you very much. We should take some questions from the audience. So if you please want to ask questions, just show your hands and please.
Okay, thank you so much for this panel. Very interesting perspectives. My name is Mihai Danilă. I'm a PhD student here in Bucharest at the National University of Political Studies and Public Administration. And my question, I think, will go to Mr. Julien Theron. Yeah, very interesting perspective that economy is crucial for overall resilience. And when I say economy, I think about markets. And markets are, or a firm or a company, in order to invest in a market, may take into consideration a risk. And my question is, can resilience be conceptualized as a market? Yes. And if so, what would be the main risk or challenges associated with, let's say, resilience market? I don't know if is there any other person from speakers who wants to respond is more than welcome.
I would definitely appreciate some help. So, no, I'm a researcher. I like to be intellectually challenged. You propose an idea. What I can tell you is that I don't know any scientific studies related to considering resilience as a market. The marketization of everything doesn't appear necessary or imperative to me per se, but it might be an interesting modeling study. There is, though, certainly economic consequences of the need of resilience. And I want also to stress something that I think is very important. The European countries are adapting day after day, second after second, to increasing threats. And I think that this is a part of the game which is meant against us. And I think that at some point it will be difficult. That's my personal analysis. I'm not. It's not the official line, but as a researcher, I see that the trends are growing, and it's recognized by. I mean, the President von der Leyen talked recently about hybrid warfare, which is a step, and the Ninisto report also mentioned this growth of threats. And at some point, our economies will be difficult. I mean, the fact that we are all here, for instance, means that we already put a lot of resources on the table to talk about what we can do all together. And so there is a link here about the captation of resources to adaptation. And I would say that if we want to, reserve a part of our economic resources to fight hybrid threats, perhaps it would be interesting as well to put a lot not on adaptation, which is usually made for the threats of yesterday, because we know what happened, but to anticipate for real, not just as a motto in conferences, but really to know. I mean, it was mentioned 10 years ago about electoral threats. Imagine us all 10 years ago thinking about what in Romania you suffered. And now imagine us in 10 years talking about what we don't know now. And this is exactly what we have to anticipate. And I think that this needs to put a lot of resources on the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Fatu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm the president of the Euro-Atlantic Center for Resilience. And I would like, first of all, to congratulate the panelists here and on the Potomac, and appreciate the contributions coming from such diverse angles, converging to the same idea of building resilience on all its aspects. I would like to bring a personal note, and I'm encouraged by the statement by Senator Darrow, and it regards the building educated society. And what I mean by that is that we should discuss about lifelong education as complementary to lifelong learning. And I will tell you why I had this thought now. Last night, I attended a very special performance. I could even call it peculiar. One of the leading theaters in Bucharest hosted the 17th edition of a theater festival for inmates. Inmates in penitentiaries in Romania were encouraged to create teams of amateur artists. They performed. So this is the 17th year in a row, except for 1 year during the pandemic, when they performed small pieces. I could tell you that they were really, really powerful, even more powerful than in specific technical terms, but they were still a statement that the society can work all life long, horizontally and vertically, on various segments of society and in various age groups. This is the reason why, on behalf of the Center, I proposed that culture should be added to education in the Romanian National Defense Strategy as segments for building resilience in a society, even when people go out of the traditional education system because of age or because of social conditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Fatou. I think it's time to try and go to the closing remarks. Today's dialogue reminded us that resilience is not an abstract concept, it is a strategic capability. It lies at the intersection of technology, trust, policy, and people. Now, it is my honor to introduce Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, whose unique perspective spans military strategy, cybersecurity, and democratic resilience. Admiral Montgomery brings decades of experience from his naval service, including as Director of Operations at U.S. Pacific Command, and he was Policy Director of the Senate Armed Service Committee for Senator John McCain, and now leads critical work on cyber and technology innovation in Washington, D.C. Considering the ideas stemmed from our esteemed speakers, there are three critical observations that I would go with. The convergence of commercial and national security, the distinction between commercial cybersecurity and national defense has evaporated when a ransomware attack can shut down fuel supplies to the eastern US, or when supply chains compromises can infiltrate thousands of organizations simultaneously. Business resilience becomes national resilience. Regarding the acceleration gap, technology is advancing faster than our ability to secure it. We are deploying AI systems we don't fully understand. We are connecting critical infrastructure to networks we can't fully protect and creating dependencies we can't fully map. This acceleration gap, it's our greatest vulnerability. And the third element, the trust deficit, perhaps most concerning is the erosion of trust between businesses and governments, between allies, between technology provider and users. Without trust, we cannot share threat intelligence effectively, coordinate responses, or build collective resilience. Given these observations, dear Admiral, which is the path forward to enhance the US-EU transatlantic partnership and resilience across economic, political, technological, and security dimension?
Well, first, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here with you, and I want to thank Antonia for setting me up to do this. I think this is very important. I have testified in front of the NATO Resilience Committee as well, and I was the EUCOM, U.S. European Command J5, head of our plans and policy. And I've come to one stark conclusion, and I first want to say, one of the most important things that can happen to resilience is the 1.5% that the NATO countries agreed to spend of their overall spending on defense-related infrastructure. And here's why. The one inside, we've studied inside the United States, and we're now beginning to study in NATO, the idea of military mobility, the ability of the United States for itself or the alliance writ large to rapidly move forces from the United States and Western Europe to the Baltics and Poland and Romania and Bulgaria in response to any kind of Russian coercion or incursion. And what we found is we're not in good shape. Our ports, our rail systems, our aviation systems are broadly owned and operated by the private sector or by state and local municipalities. As a result, they don't have the resources or the understanding of how to protect themselves. So when you ask, is it a technology problem, a personnel problem, it's all of them. But above all else, it's a prioritization problem. And I think it's critical in this case for NATO, only because they have the military planners and they kind of know the military plan, to very carefully assess the critical infrastructure, the resilience of the critical infrastructures in each country from the United States all the way to Romania, Bulgaria, Poland, and the Baltic states. And They have to address this in a non-NATO way. Here's what I mean by that. Normally, if you ask NATO, give me a list of your 32 top priorities, I will get one priority from 32 countries. But that's not what's needed here. It's critical that, we prioritize Dutch and Belgium, their ports, and German ports, the rail systems that go through the Low Countries, Germany, Poland, the Baltic states, down into Romania, that we prioritize the airfields, whether it's at MK in Romania, in the Baltic states, that each of these need to be prioritized. And as a result, your top 32 might come from 7 or 8 countries. Then that's a very non-NATO response to a question, what are your 32 top priorities? Now, how does this come full circle? The NATO planners have to use the plans they have, even though we know plans are just for planning, to identify the most important assets. Then go to the host nation country and say, please assess the cybersecurity, the resilience of these most important assets. The countries do that, and then you develop a gap list. And depending on the importance of the asset, the cost of the repair, we work with NATO and with host nation budgets to ensure they're prioritized. This is challenging. If you ask a prime minister, how would you spend that 1.5%? It might be related very much to important infrastructure projects in the country, not related to NATO and defense spending. But the reality is, if we're going to say this 1.5% is about being ready for Russian coercion or invasion, then we actually have to listen to the NATO planners on how you spend the top 1.5%. So for me, the most important resilience question is prioritization. Prioritize, understand what's important, do an assessment of where each thing stands, and create a priority list of challenges to address. If you do that, then you'll hit, I think, the exact, all 3 of those areas you discussed, but very particularly what technologies need to be addressed, what military infrastructure needs to be addressed as rapidly as possible. And I know this isn't the exact question being asked, but I think it's the right message to come from the United States. And by the way, last thing, we're in a glass house. What we've learned from the Chinese Volt Typhoon, Advanced Persistent Threat Team attack on our own critical infrastructure, is that none of our ports, our rail systems, and our aviation systems are at extreme vulnerability and extreme risk of Chinese compromise during a movement. Now, whether they would do it in a European crisis, I don't know. They would definitely do it in a Taiwan crisis. So for me to you, that's what I consider the most important, the important message and resilience that each country can carry forward in a Euro-Atlantic framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Admiral Montgomery. Thank you for taking time to be with us and for your unique perspective on resilience. I would like to also thank to all the panelists from here in Bucharest to the ones in Washington, D.C. especially, for taking time from their morning to be with us. I would also want to thank all of you for this conversation, which reminds us that resilience is not a concept, but a shared responsibility. So let's try and move forward as partners in this endeavor. And please, if you want to have talks with the panelists, let's do it in private after once we conclude this. So thank you very much. Thank you again for being with us, Admiral Montgomery, Antonia, and also Matthew. Thank you very much. And thank you all the panelists here. Thank you.